Berikut adalah struktur organisasi FITK. Dekan FITK Dr. Sururin MAG, Wakil Dekan Akademik Dr. Kadir MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Administrasi Umum Dr. Abdul Muin MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan Alumni dan Kerjasama Dr. Khalimi MAG. Jumlah dosen FITK sebanyak 199 orang, terdiri dari 170 dosen PNS dan 29 dosen non-PNS, termasuk di dalamnya 12 guru besar. Saat ini jumlah mahasiswa FITK sebanyak 4.194 orang. Mahasiswa FITK berasal dari seluruh Indonesia, dari Aceh hingga Papua, dan juga dari negara tetangga seperti Thailand dan Turki. Melalui studi di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, diharapkan para alumninya dapat menjadi para praktisi dan peneliti yang mampu mengembangkan studi Islam secara global dan kompetitif. Dalam perjalanannya, FITK mengalami berbagai perubahan, terutama dalam jumlah dan nomenklatur jurusan. Hingga kini berkembang maju dengan 12 program studi S1, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan IPA, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, dan Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. 4 program studi S2, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Manajemen Pendidikan Islam, dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta 1 program studi Pendidikan Profesi Guru. FITK terus melakukan perkembangan untuk berbagai program studi baru. Perkuliahan dilakukan di gedung FITK yang berada di lingkup Kampus 1 dan gedung PPG UIN Jakarta. Untuk menyukseskan kegiatan pembelajaran dan kegiatan mahasiswa, FITK memiliki fasilitas antara lain Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Fisika, Laboratorium Biologi, Perpustakaan, Teater Lantai 1, Teater Lantai 3, musola yang tersedia di setiap lantai, ruang meeting, laboratorium komputer, ruang kelas, lobi di setiap lantai, tata usaha, ruang jurnal, dan ruang sidang. FITK UIN Jakarta ditunjang oleh organisasi mahasiswa dengan kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik, di antaranya Dewan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas, Senat Mahasiswa Fakultas, Pojok Seni Tarbiyah, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, HMJ Pendidikan Agama Islam, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, HMJ Pendidikan Matematika, HMPS Pendidikan Fisika, HMPS Pendidikan Biologi, HMPS Pendidikan Kimia, HMJ Manajemen Pendidikan, HMJ Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, HMJ Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, dan HMJ Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. Sederet prestasi juga telah diraih oleh Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Menjadi bukti nyata bahwa Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan atau FITK adalah salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di lingkungan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. FITK bermula dari jurusan Pendidikan Agama pada Akademi Dinas Ilmu Agama atau ADIA yang berdiri pada 1 Juni 1957. Kemudian beberapa tahun setelahnya berubah menjadi IAIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Dan kini telah resmi berubah menjadi UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan merupakan salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta yang berdiri pada tahun 1957 yang saat ini genap berusia 63 tahun. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Jakarta mencetak generasi-generasi masa depan bangsa dengan berbagai keunggulan yang jelas kita sebagai LPTK, Lembaga Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Tinggi Keguruan, yang insya Allah akan mencetak generasi masa depan bangsa yang akan mengisi posisi-posisi strategis khususnya di bidang pendidikan. Visi FITK UIN Jakarta adalah menjadi LPTK yang unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional. Keunggulannya di bidang apa? Di dalam integrasi keilmuan, keislaman, keindonesiaan, dan juga kemanusiaan. Ada beberapa misi yang diemban oleh FITK UIN Jakarta, antara lain yang pertama menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berwawasan riset, karena kami memasukkan dalam program-program, hampir semua program pendidikan kita adalah berbasis riset. Yang kedua, melaksanakan penelitian dan pengembangan keilmuan yang diharapkan menghasilkan karya-karya inovatif, karya-karya yang sangat berkualitas dan bermutu dalam bidang pendidikan. Yang ketiga, melaksanakan pengabdian pada masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan madrasah dan sekolah. Berikutnya, mengembangkan komitmen akademik bagi para sivitas akademika dan juga memberikan layanan berbasis IT, teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta mengembangkan jejaring, baik itu dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Yang terakhir adalah kita coba untuk melakukan evaluasi kinerja bagi seluruh unit yang ada secara berkelanjutan. Selanjutnya kami ucapkan selamat datang di kampus FITK UIN Jakarta, kampus pembaharu, kampus masa depan yang insya Allah akan mencetak generasi-generasi masa depan dan juga pemimpin bangsa Indonesia. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berikut adalah struktur organisasi FITK. Dekan FITK Dr. Sururin MAG, Wakil Dekan Akademik Dr. Kadir MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Administrasi Umum Dr. Abdul Muin MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan Alumni dan Kerjasama Dr. Khalimi MAG. Jumlah dosen FITK sebanyak 199 orang, terdiri dari 170 dosen PNS dan 29 dosen non-PNS, termasuk di dalamnya 12 guru besar. Saat ini jumlah mahasiswa FITK sebanyak 4.194 orang. Mahasiswa FITK berasal dari seluruh Indonesia, dari Aceh hingga Papua, dan juga dari negara tetangga seperti Thailand dan Turki. Melalui studi di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, diharapkan para alumninya dapat menjadi para praktisi dan peneliti yang mampu mengembangkan studi Islam secara global dan kompetitif. Dalam perjalanannya, FITK mengalami berbagai perubahan, terutama dalam jumlah dan nomenklatur jurusan. Hingga kini berkembang maju dengan 12 program studi S1, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan IPA, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, dan Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. 4 program studi S2, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Manajemen Pendidikan Islam, dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta 1 program studi Pendidikan Profesi Guru. FITK terus melakukan perkembangan untuk berbagai program studi baru. Perkuliahan dilakukan di gedung FITK yang berada di lingkup Kampus 1 dan gedung PPG UIN Jakarta. Untuk menyukseskan kegiatan pembelajaran dan kegiatan mahasiswa, FITK memiliki fasilitas antara lain Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Fisika, Laboratorium Biologi, Perpustakaan, Teater Lantai 1, Teater Lantai 3, musola yang tersedia di setiap lantai, ruang meeting, laboratorium komputer, ruang kelas, lobi di setiap lantai, tata usaha, ruang jurnal, dan ruang sidang. FITK UIN Jakarta ditunjang oleh organisasi mahasiswa dengan kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik, di antaranya Dewan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas, Senat Mahasiswa Fakultas, Pojok Seni Tarbiyah, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, HMJ Pendidikan Agama Islam, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, HMJ Pendidikan Matematika, HMPS Pendidikan Fisika, HMPS Pendidikan Biologi, HMPS Pendidikan Kimia, HMJ Manajemen Pendidikan, HMJ Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, HMJ Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, dan HMJ Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. Sederet prestasi juga telah diraih oleh Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Menjadi bukti nyata bahwa Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan atau FITK adalah salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di lingkungan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. FITK bermula dari jurusan Pendidikan Agama pada Akademi Dinas Ilmu Agama atau ADIA yang berdiri pada 1 Juni 1957. Kemudian beberapa tahun setelahnya berubah menjadi IAIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Dan kini telah resmi berubah menjadi UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan merupakan salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta yang berdiri pada tahun 1957 yang saat ini genap berusia 63 tahun. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Jakarta mencetak generasi-generasi masa depan bangsa dengan berbagai keunggulan yang jelas. Kita sebagai LPTK, Lembaga Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Tinggi Keguruan, yang insya Allah akan mencetak generasi masa depan bangsa yang akan mengisi posisi-posisi strategis khususnya di bidang pendidikan. Visi FITK UIN Jakarta adalah menjadi LPTK yang unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional. Keunggulannya di bidang apa? Di dalam integrasi keilmuan, keislaman, keindonesiaan, dan juga kemanusiaan. Ada beberapa misi yang diemban oleh FITK UIN Jakarta, antara lain yang pertama menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berwawasan riset, karena kami memasukkan dalam program-program, hampir semua program pendidikan kita adalah berbasis riset. Yang kedua,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Rector and Vice Rectors of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, the Honorable Dean and Vice Deans of Faculty of Education UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, our distinguished guests and speakers, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. The theme of the conference this year is Embracing the New Normal, Changing Roles of Students, Teachers, and Technology in Shifting Education Landscape. My name is Ande Fiddini Anwar, and I will be accompanied by my partner,
Ratih Pudiastuti,
and we are from English Education Department at UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. And we will be the MC for this opening ceremony for the international conference held by the Faculty of Educational Sciences, which is being organized online this year for the second time. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's begin this conference with the recitation of the Holy Quran, which will be cited by LD Randi, student of Islamic Education Department at UN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. To LD Randi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. إن هذا القرآن يهدي للتي هي أقوم ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا كبيرا. وأن الذين لا يؤمنون بالآخرة أعتدنا لهم عذابا أليما. ويدع الإنسان بالشر دعاءه بالخير. ويدع الإنسان بالشر دعاءه بالخير وكان الإنسان عجولا. وكان الإنسان عجولا. وكان الإنسان عجولا. صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for such a beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran, LDU Randy. May God bless us during this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to listen to the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars FITK. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up while the songs are being played.
Bangsa yang anak
be seated again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the reporting speech delivered by Bapak Kustiwan Syarif, PhD, as the chair of the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Bapak Kustiwan Syarif, PhD. To Bapak Kustiwan, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Zainud Tauhid Saadi, MSI, Honorable Rector of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Professor Dr. Hajjah Amani Lubis, MA, Honorable Vice Rectors of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Honorable Deans of Faculties and Director of Graduate School, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, Honorable Vice Deans of the Faculty of Education Science, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, distinguished keynote speaker, invited speakers, and all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the organizing committee, let me offer you all my warmest and heartfelt welcome to the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021, which is held virtually for the second time due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is truly an honor and privilege for me to have this opportunity to chair this important conference annually held by the Faculty of Educational Sciences of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. The conference this year addresses the main theme embracing the new normal, changing roles of students, teachers, and technologies in shifting education landscape. And it is as our response, the faculty's response to the global pandemic of COVID-19, which has affected all aspects of our life, including the education sector, to a level never witnessed before in our history. The conference indeed primarily aims to gather researchers, scholars, policymakers, teachers, lecturers, practitioners, and students to share and exchange research-based ideas and best practices in dealing with classroom transformations due to the pandemic, from conventional learning to blended learning to remote access learning to fully online learning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is going to proudly present to you 4 talk show speakers from different countries: United Kingdom, United States of America, Malaysia, and Indonesia, 6 plenary speakers from Australia, Kenya, Indonesia, and New Zealand, and about 125 speakers representing university lecturers, researchers, and school teachers from across the country who willingly submitted their papers for panel presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference would have never been possible without all the support from different parties. Therefore, in this special occasion, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all parties who have supported this conference. First, the keynote speaker, Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, our Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, and the Dean of Educational Sciences, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Thank you so much for your great contribution, for your great support for this conference. To conclude, I wish you all good luck, and I wish you all a productive and fruitful deliberation during this conference in our attempt to contribute to global educational challenges due to global health crisis of COVID-19. Should you find any shortcomings and inconvenience during this conference, please accept our sincere apologies. I also would like to thank all the committee members and volunteers who have supported this conference from beginning to today. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Kustiwan, for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session in our agenda today is the welcoming speech by Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Please welcome Dr. Sururin MAG.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin, Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. The Honorable Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Ibu Profesor Dr. Amani Lubis MA, the Honorable Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Zainud Tauhid Saadi MA, the Honorable all Vice Rector and all Dean of State Islamic University and the Director of Graduate School, Honorable all speakers in this international conference, the first Professor Dr. Ismi Arif Ismail from University Putra Malaysia, Dr. Robin Ersing from University of South Florida, State Islam, USA, United States America, Dr. Philip Henry from University of Derby, UK, Professor Simon Belfort from Western Sydney University, Australia, Professor Dr. Ting Wang from University of Canberra, Australia, Dr. University Kenya, Ibu Yuli Rahmawati from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Dinuruddin Hidayat, and Dr. Munas Priyanto Ramli from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, the Honorable All Vice Dean, Faculty of Educational Sciences of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Dr. Kadir, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Abdul Muin, Vice Dean of Administration, and Dr. Halimi, Vice Dean of Student, Alumni, and Collaboration, the Honorable Conference Organizing Committee, presenters, and participants from other universities and other institutions, especially participants from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Good morning, may God peace, mercy, and blessing with you. It is a distinct pleasure for me to all the Faculty of Educational Sciences member to welcome you all to our 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society we call ICEM. This conference has taken place consistently since 2014. Therefore, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the parties who have provided their exceptional support for the success of this annual conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, ICEM raised the issues of embracing the new normal, changing roles of students, teachers, and technologies in shifting educational landscape. This topic, we all believe, in central as many educational institutions have been attempting to arrange their strategy to adapt the current and future direction of education all over the world. Hence, our conference will contribute to the pattern of discussion and the central theme. Therefore, I hope this conference can invite relevant stakeholders and to collaboratively work and learn with expert teachers, practitioners, and other stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that collaboration in education can bring significant change in the future of education globally, especially in Indonesia. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to our colleagues such as Western Sydney University, University of South Florida, University Putra Malaysia, University of Canberra, University of Derby UK, Umma University, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta. We are looking forward to continuing our partnership and collaboration for upcoming conference, initiative, and other future endeavors. Last but not least, I also would like to express how honored we are to welcome our conference participants from various institutions. Thank you for disseminating your research, ideas, and all the inspiring thoughts regarding to effort to embrace the new normal. Having multiple perspectives from different stakeholders can help us better view the issues happening in education. We hope that this conference could also provide some insight to our stakeholder, in this case, the government of Indonesia. In closing to my remark, we hope you can enjoy the conference and find some valuable knowledge from the conference. As we could just meet virtually from our screen, we hope to welcome you in person when you visit our campus in the future. We thank Allah the Almighty and ask His blessing to make the conference successful. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, Doctor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing the agenda with a welcoming speech and the official opening of ICEMS 2021, which will be delivered by the Honorable Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Hajah Amani Lubis, LC.MA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Your Excellency, Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Zainud Tauhid Saadi, Honorable Vice Rectors of Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, all of them. I hope they are all here in the opening ceremony of the conference. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, and Honorable all Deans and Director of Graduate School, distinguished keynote speaker, featured speakers and invited speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let's first express our gratitude to Allah Almighty for all this or His blessings to us, so we can attend the seventh International Conference on Education in Muslim Societies, abbreviated as ICEMS or ICEMS. Allow me to extend to you my heartfelt and warmest welcome to Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. On behalf of Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, I highly appreciate the Faculty of Education for hosting this annual conference on embracing the new normal, changing roles of students, teachers, and technologies in shifting education landscape. During the COVID-19 pandemic, education practice all over the world had indeed shifted dramatically. The ways we interact with our students, we prepare our lessons and manage our classrooms, for instance, have changed to a level never witnessed before. In short, classroom interactions have transformed from conventional in-person classes to blended classrooms with online and offline elements, to purely online classrooms with forms of digital transformation. In such situation, we do indeed need new innovative ways to deal with real educational challenges caused by the pandemic, including the most effective ways of interacting technologies to education practice at all levels. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, as a public university, has a strong commitment to fully support its faculty members and students in pursuing academic challenges, academic excellence through networking, cooperation, and partnership initiatives. International conferences like this, initiated and organized by faculties, and this time Faculty of Education, play a strategic role in promoting and enhancing to take this opportunity, therefore, to express my sincere gratitude for your important contribution. To conclude, I wish you all a productive conference, a fruitful conference with great discussion and deliberation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'd like to thank the contribution of Western Sydney University of Australia, University of Derby from the United Kingdom, and the University of South Florida from the USA, University Putra Malaysia, and UNJ, or State University of Jakarta, and of course all of the researchers from Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University. All the best. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech and for officially opening the ceremony. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is now officially opened, but before we begin the conference session, let us pray together that all the agenda for today's session will run smoothly. Bapak Imam Matin, MPD, will lead the prayers. To Bapak Imam Matin, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let me to lead the session of supplication. Let me lead the session of supplication for our best agenda today. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so may Allah grant us mercies, blessings, and protection from any disease and from any harm. We pray to Allah by reciting Al-Fatiha together على هذه النية وعلى صالحة إلى حضرة النبي المصطفى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم آمين يا رب العالمين. اللهم لك الحمد وإليك المشتكى وأنت المستعان ولك التكلان ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم ورضي الله تعالى عن ساداتنا أصحاب رسول الله أجمعين. اللهم أعنا على ذكرك وشكرك وحسن عبادتك. Oh Allah, help us to remember you, help us to perform gratitude towards you, and help us to worship you in the best manner. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك وطاعتك. O controller of the heart, make our hearts steadfast in your religion and your obedience. Allahumma arina al-haqqa haqqa warzuqna wa arina al-batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. O Allah, show us the truth as true and inspires us to follow it. Show us falsehood as falsehood and inspire us to abstain from it. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Oh Lord, grant us the good of this world and grant us the good of the hereafter and protect us from the torment of the fire. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma amin. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you very much, Bapak Iman Matin. Ladies and gentlemen, the recitation of prayer marks the end of our opening ceremony today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our main event. The first session in the agenda is a keynote speech which will be delivered by the Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Zainud Tauhid Saadi, MSI. But before he delivers his speech, let's have a look at his profile through the following short profile video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah ma ba'du. Sebelumnya saya mohon maaf, saya menyampaikan pidato ini dengan bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan Rektor UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Ibu Profesor Dr. Amani Lubis MA, yang saya hormati Dekan Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Ibu Dr. Surul MAG, yang saya hormati Ketua Konferensi Internasional ke-7 tentang Pendidikan dalam Masyarakat Muslim, Bapak Kustiawan Syarif PhD, para narasumber baik yang berasal dari Indonesia maupun yang berasal dari luar Indonesia, dari beberapa negara, serta peserta konferensi pendidikan ke-7, hadirin hadirat yang berbahagia. Puji syukur marilah kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, karena dengan berkat rahmat dan hidayahnya kita dapat mengikuti konferensi yang amat penting ini, yang mempertemukan para pemikir bagi kepedulian pendidikan Indonesia dan negara-negara Muslim. Semoga selawat dan salam senantiasa terlimpah dari Nabi besar Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam pada keluarganya, sahabatnya, dan semoga kita semuanya nantinya akan mendapatkan syafaatnya yaumil qiyamah. Tujuan pendidikan nasional di Indonesia adalah untuk mengembangkan kemampuan dan membentuk watak serta peradaban bangsa yang bermartabat dalam rangka mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, yang bertujuan untuk berkembangnya potensi peserta didik agar menjadi manusia yang beriman dan bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, berakhlak mulia, sehat, berilmu, cakap, kreatif, mandiri, dan menjadi warga negara yang demokratis serta bertanggung jawab. Karenanya pendidikan tidak boleh berhenti sedetik pun, agar setiap anak bangsa berkesempatan mendapatkan pendidikan yang layak dan bermutu dalam kondisi apapun, termasuk di masa pandemi COVID-19 ini. Atas nama Kementerian Agama, saya bergembira dan memberikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas digelarnya konferensi internasional ke-7 tentang pendidikan dalam masyarakat Muslim yang mengambil tema menyambut kebiasaan baru new normal, merubah peran mahasiswa, guru, dan teknologi dalam mengubah landscape pendidikan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pandemi COVID-19 telah memberikan gambaran atas keberlangsungan dunia pendidikan di masa depan melalui bantuan teknologi. Namun teknologi tetap tidak dapat menggantikan peran guru, dosen, dan interaksi pembelajaran antara pelajar dan pengajar. Sebab edukasi bukan hanya sekedar memberikan pengetahuan, tetapi juga tentang nilai, kerjasama, dan kompetensi. Setiap individu dituntut untuk mengembangkan kreativitas dan inovasinya dalam menggunakan teknologi bagi pengembangan dunia pendidikan. Karena pendidikan bukan hanya transmisi pengetahuan, tetapi juga bukan bagaimana kita harus memastikan pembelajaran tetap tersampaikan dengan baik. Tantangan ini juga menjadi kesempatan bagi komunitas pendidikan, bagaimana penggunaan teknologi dapat membantu membawa mahasiswa dan pelajar menjadi kompeten di abad ke-21. Keterampilan yang paling penting pada abad ke-21 adalah self-directed learning atau pembelajaran mandiri sebagai outcome dari ikhtiar pendidikan. Masa pandemi telah mengajarkan kepada kita berlatih dan menanamkan kebiasaan menjadi pembelajar mandiri melalui berbagai kelas daring atau webinar. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga dapat bekerja sama satu dengan yang lain untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan dalam pembelajaran serta menghadapi permasalahan nyata yang dihadapinya. Situasi ini bukan hanya menjadi tantangan bagi mahasiswa, namun juga para dosen dalam menyampaikan edukasi, di mana para dosen perlu memastikan bahwa mahasiswa memahami mata pelajaran dalam proses pembelajaran yang baik. Pembelajaran daring yang selama ini tengah berjalan menjadi tantangan bagi dunia pendidikan dengan situasi Indonesia yang memiliki ribuan pulau. Bagaimana teknologi dapat digunakan, bagaimana menyediakan akses internet di tengah-tengah daerah-daerah yang terpencil, di mana barang elektronik tanpa akses internet pun masih menjadi sesuatu yang mewah. Kita bersama harus bekerja keras bagaimana membawa teknologi menjawab permasalahan nyata yang terjadi pada mahasiswa dan pelajar yang kurang beruntung dalam hal ekonomi maupun teknologi yang berada di tengah-tengah atau di daerah-daerah terpencil yang sulit untuk mengakses internet dan juga sarana prasarana pendidikan yang mendukung lainnya. Para peserta konferensi yang berbahagia, kondisi pandemi COVID-19 juga memaksa para pemangku kebijakan di bidang pendidikan untuk dapat menyesuaikan diri dalam melaksanakan proses pembelajaran. Penyesuaian ini diwujudkan melalui kebijakan Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka, di mana mahasiswa diberikan kesempatan untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang lebih luas dan kompetensi baru melalui beberapa kegiatan pembelajaran di luar program studinya. Dalam perspektif Kementerian Agama, melalui Direktorat Jenderal Pendidikan Islam, telah dilakukan program-program pada masa pandemik, mengajar dari rumah, kebijakan KKN tematik, penyelenggaraan Mahat Al-Jamiah, dan lain sebagainya. Seluruh program tersebut diikuti oleh ratusan ribu mahasiswa di seluruh Indonesia. Kita juga melihat pandemik telah memberikan kesempatan bagi Indonesia untuk menjadi green nation. Sejak pandemi hadir, lingkungan menjadi lebih bersih akibat berkurangnya emisi gas buang, mengingat terbatasnya aktivitas masyarakat di luar rumah. Ini peluang yang penting untuk menjaga kondisi lingkungan kita. Bapak Ibu peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, bagaimana negara-negara Muslim menyelamatkan pendidikannya di masa pandemik? Konferensi ini menjadi sangat penting dan strategis untuk mendiskusikan sekaligus merumuskan eksistensi pendidikan. Paradigma berpikir tentang pendidikan dan pembelajaran, kurikulum, nilai dan tradisi yang melekat pada budaya bangsa jangan sampai terabaikan. Produk pendidikan harus mampu menjawab kebutuhan masa depan kemanusiaan, termasuk saya kira tentang pendidikan Islam yang tidak semata-mata melakukan transfer of knowledge, tetapi juga transfer of value. Cara kita berinteraksi dalam pendidikan, desain kurikulum dan pembelajaran, sampai pada bagaimana kita mengoptimalkan teknologi sebagai piranti penting mengembangkan pendidikan, juga harus mengalami adaptasi dan penyesuaian-penyesuaian. Selamat berkonferensi. Ijtihad pemikiran di masa sulit seperti sekarang ini sedang ditunggu oleh anak bangsa. Kehadiran Bapak, Ibu, dan saudara-saudara sekalian di forum yang terhormat ini sangat berarti bagi ikhtiar meningkatkan eksistensi pendidikan di negara-negara Muslim. Saya yakin dan percaya Tuhan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala tidak akan membebani umatnya dengan beban yang tidak mungkin dipanggulnya. Kita harus optimis, tetap eksis, hidup, mengembangkan pendidikan di era kebiasaan baru, new normal ini. Demikian akhirul kalam, in uridu illa islah, wa ma taufiq illa billah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Zainud Tauhid Saadi for such an enlightening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of appreciation, the committee would like to deliver a digital certificate of appreciation in recognition of the keynote speaker's contribution to this conference. I would like to invite the Honorable Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Hajah Amani Lubis, LCMA, to present the certificate.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the next session, let us watch the video on the voices of students, teachers, and administrators on online learning created by students of Department of English Education, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5.000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society this year. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students, because it's a new situation. But finally, I found many students, yeah, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, yeah, meet by zooming, yeah. I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and then 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer. But yeah, again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu, like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
COVID-19 is causing changes in several fields, one of which is education. The most noticeable change in the learning system is from face-to-face learning to distance learning. Then, here are the feelings about online learning according to the administrator's point of view. Let's watch together.
Berkaitan dengan pertanyaan online learning ya. Nah, kalau untuk kami sendiri sebagai pendidik ya, online learning ini tantangannya besar untuk guru, murid, dan orang tua. Oleh karenanya butuh komunikasi yang intensif ya antara orang tua, guru, dan murid gitu kan.
Kayaknya kurang efektif ya, karena dengan adanya online learning ini anak-anak tidak bisa terkontrol dengan baik oleh gurunya, kadang oleh orang tuanya yang bekerja di luar rumah.
Kaitannya dengan online learning yang dilakukan itu saya sangat setuju sekali ya, mengingat suasana pandemi seperti ini. Kami berharap sebenarnya pandemi segera berlalu, kemudian tatap muka segera kami laksanakan. Namun demikian, karena pandemi ini juga yang terpenting adalah kesehatan bagi seluruh peserta didik dan Bapak Ibu guru, maka salah satu jalan pelaksanaan online learning inilah yang bisa kita tempuh.
Then, what do they say about most significant advantage of online learning?
Apa kelebihan online learning? Jadi guru itu harus belajar. Ada istilahnya guru pembelajar, jadi harus belajar terus. Satu, meningkatkan literasinya, meningkatkan numerasinya, terus ditingkatkan sehingga hasil yang ingin dicapai itu maksimal. Nah, caranya dengan memberikan proses pembelajaran yang bermakna.
Kalau manfaat mungkin terutama untuk guru-guru yang usianya sudah di atas 50 tahun ya. Pada saat itu guru-guru masih banyak yang gaptek ya. Tetapi setelah adanya online, guru dipaksa untuk bisa mengetahui, bisa mempelajari IT, terutama pada saat pembelajaran PJJ seperti misalnya melakukan Zoom, kemudian memberikan tugas lewat Google Classroom, memberikan soal-soal lewat Google Form. Itu guru harus piawai seperti itu, dan itu dipaksa. Kalau dulu guru banyak yang, terutama guru-guru yang sudah berumur itu tidak mau mempelajari tentang IT, termasuk ibu ya.
Bahwa di online learning ini tidak dibatasi ruang dan waktu. Mereka bisa belajar kapan saja dan bisa belajar di mana saja. Ya, bisa mungkin di tempat lain ya, mungkin bisa di mana, intinya bisa di mana saja lah, nggak perlu harus dibatasi oleh satu ruangan, kemudian tidak dibatasi oleh satu waktu.
Next, what do they say about the biggest challenge of online learning?
Kalau online learning ini menuntut semuanya harus kreatif. Ya, kreativitas itu justru ya muncul dari keadaan yang sulit gitu. Yang tadinya guru nggak membuat pembelajaran video, pembelajaran melalui video, dia harus aktif gimana? Karena kan online ini tidak melibatkan seluruh panca indera ya. Nah, tapi gimana karena sudah seperti ini kondisinya, harus kita hadapi dengan bahagia, mau tidak mau.
Halangan terbesar dari online learning itu pada saat kita melakukan pembelajaran secara PJJ jarak jauh ya, itu banyak anak yang merasa nyantai gitu loh. Jadi pada saat kita sudah melakukan Zoom atau melakukan Google Meet gitu ya, anak banyak yang belum siap, dan orang tua tidak mengkondisikan anak supaya siap untuk belajar secara on-learning. Bahkan anak-anak itu pada saat melakukan Zoom tidak menunjukkan on kameranya, jadi hanya gelap saja, sehingga guru itu sulit mendeteksi anak itu dan mengenali anak.
Tantangan yang paling besar dihadapi itu pencapaian target kurikulum itu tidak diprioritaskan, mengingat kondisi seperti ini. Terus materi pembelajaran pun terus terang kami batasi, jadi kami tidak bisa maksimal melakukan pemenuhan seluruh aspek yang terkait dengan kurikulum. Kalau sekolah itu kan dari jam 6:30 sampai dengan jam 3 sore, itu tidak mungkin. Kami hanya batasi mulai dari jam 7 mungkin sampai dengan jam 12 saja. Selanjutnya mereka mengerjakan tugas.
That's the opinion of some school administrators about online learning. From this, it can be concluded that some schools feel happy with the existence of online learning, but there are also those who feel less effective because of some obstacles that must be faced. However, behind the obstacles, it turns out that there are also many benefits that can be obtained, one of which is the increasing creativity of both teachers, parents, and students. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I've got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs or MORA 5.000 Dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Siron, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University Belfast. I'm also an awardee of MORA Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 20 and 21. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I am a PhD student at Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I do believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
Personally, online learning is not as effective as I expected because I teach in Islamic boarding school. That means the students stay with us along the day. They have a formal class in the morning and then they have an extra class in the afternoon, and then they go back to their dormitory and they also have other programs at night. So when we did online learning, we lost much time with the students.
I felt that no meaningful assessment of children learning was good or possible during these online classes because sometimes there were students on the Zoom with their parents. Yeah, and this is taking too long to answer the questions, and the parents would answer and help for them. My reaction are mixed. Like on the one hand, it is working. Teachers all over the world are learning new skills to share with each other and their students. But on the other hand, what is it we need to like face to face? Because there's something that we cannot give if we learn with online environment like that.
Online learning ini menurut saya memang sesuatu yang baru karena saya tidak pernah membayangkan akan ada pada suasana kayak gini gitu. Dan menurut saya ini pengalaman baru yang luar biasa gitu ya. Jadi kita dituntut untuk bisa tahu, menggunakan, dan akhirnya terbiasa menggunakan teknologi.
Online learning has advantages and also disadvantages, but related to advantage, the students and the teachers can take the benefit of using technology. For the teachers, for example, they can use more creative teaching medias and also find many teaching sources from the internet. And then for the students, they can learn how to use the internet wisely and also creatively. Maybe before, the students and the teachers only know the use of social media, how to communicate each other, how to interact with someone out there. But based on this situation, force them, that both the teachers and the students, to use technology wisely and creatively, so it will suitable with the needs of online learning itself.
The biggest advantage of learning online is, in my point of view, online classes. The advantage is we don't need to leave home to study. We can sit in one place that make yourself comfortable. We need also to improve our communication skills because virtually it more like effort, more than face to face. It's
Kelebihan pembelajaran online atau online learning menurut saya memang banyak ya. Di antaranya itu penggunaan atau keterampilan menggunakan IT, terutama bagi saya sebagai guru. Saya lebih kreatif, inovatif, kemudian juga bisa memecahkan kalau misalnya materi seperti ini kira-kira pakai apa gitu. Sehingga materinya tetap sampai, anak tetap happy, kita sendiri juga merasa sudah mencoba yang terbaik gitu dengan menggunakan beberapa aplikasi pembelajaran gitu. Dan itu pengalaman yang luar biasa berharga buat saya gitu.
The biggest challenge is, of course, the unstable signal. I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't attend your class because my signal, my Wi-Fi, and so on. We face a lot of passive students. Passive students only sit down, looking at the screen without doing anything. If I ask them is there any question, they only deep break. Whether in their mind they understand what I'm talking about or not. So we need to staying connected with students.
Pertama, pembelajarannya meskipun seefektif mungkin tetap lebih efektif pakai pembelajaran offline menurut saya. Terus yang kedua, tidak semua anak punya perangkat teknologi gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga, kalau biasanya kerja dari jam 7 sampai jam 2:30 pulang gitu. Jadi kalau sekarang bisa sampai malam gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga menurut saya, penanaman nilai-nilai dan karakter itu tidak ditemukan ketika kita pembelajarannya daring.
Challenge. The one thing that I feel is it is difficult how to find the best strategy and also learning method to control the students' focus. So we have to guarantee that they join the class, they do the task, they do the assignment. So they do online learning not only for knowledge transfer, but also transferring moral value.
Menurut aku sih seru, enak ya. Tapi pasti ada problemnya juga lah ya. Kayak misalnya sinyal ibunya hilang atau mic ibunya yang agak kurang bagus. Tapi menurut aku online learning ini nih bisa jadi opsi pembelajaran di masa depan gitu. Untuk online learning banyak kemudahannya ya. Tapi sebagai pengganti offline learning agak nggak bisa karena perpindahan transfer ilmu tuh menurut aku lebih efektif offline learning sih dibanding online learning.
Yang paling dirasakan itu adalah efektivitas nyampainya ilmu ke kitanya gitu. Karena kalau misalkan offline di kelas, misalkan ada yang belum paham ataupun ingin didiskusikan lebih lanjut, itu bisa lebih direct. Sedangkan kalau online, terkadang kita tuh ada rasa sungkan untuk bertanya atau mungkin sudah terlalu banyak yang bertanya jadi kita segan gitu. Jadi si efektivitasnya itu.
I feel like excited and happy because we shouldn't prepare anything to go to campus or something like that. But after 1 month and 2 months, I realized that it's very bored. Many of material I don't understand and feel confused because we lace on confidence to ask the teacher and lecturer.
Nah, kalau online kan the time itu jadi simplified. Nah, sebenarnya waktu-waktu yang tersimplified itu bisa dialokasikan ke hal lain, misalkan ngulang pelajarannya atau baca slide dulu sebelum kelas dan sebagainya.
Menurut aku yang jelas pasti fleksibilitas waktu sama tempat ya. Kalau misalnya online kita bisa di mana aja gitu, misal dosennya lagi ada acara di gedung mana bisa tinggal buka laptop terus lanjut ngajar. Mahasiswanya juga kalau misalnya ada acara di mana misalnya harus keluar tetap bisa ikut pembelajaran cuma tinggal buka HP gitu.
The biggest advantage for me, I think it's we have searching more what's like other sources, because sometimes in the classroom teacher don't allow you to open the handphone to find or search an answer. But when you study through online, when teacher asks you or you want to know something that you confused or you don't understand, you can search like on website and other sources. It is make you more knowledge. Yeah, that's it.
Menurut aku keterbatasan akses internet yang nggak bisa dipunyain sama semua orang, apalagi Indonesia juga kan nggak semuanya menengah ke atas ya, banyak banget malah yang menengah ke bawah. Itu juga mereka buat membeli kuota internet, apalagi kalau misalnya online learning yang harus misalnya sehari bisa 4 jam video call meeting kayak gini, nguras kuota, nguras biaya segala macem.
Like in the campus, we will look at my friends studying in the classroom, so it impact you to study. But study via online, it's make me lazy.
Kalau misalkan offline kita nggak tahu bisa langsung nunjukin, bisa langsung tanya in detail apa-apanya harus diperjelas. Tapi kalau online itu kadang kita perlu effort lebih, kayak nonton YouTube dulu yang lain, jadi additional notes daripada yang si lecturernya kasih kayak gitu. Jadi transfer ilmunya itu sebenarnya ya kalau menurut aku the biggest challenges.
Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan atau FITK adalah salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di lingkungan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. FITK bermula dari jurusan Pendidikan Agama pada Akademi Dinas Ilmu Agama atau ADIA yang berdiri pada 1 Juni 1957. Kemudian beberapa tahun setelahnya berubah menjadi IAIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta dan kini telah resmi berubah menjadi UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan merupakan salah satu fakultas tertua yang ada di Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta yang berdiri pada tahun 1957 yang saat ini genap berusia 63 tahun. Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Jakarta mencetak generasi-generasi masa depan bangsa dengan berbagai keunggulan yang jelas. Kita sebagai LPTK, Lembaga Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Tinggi Keguruan, yang insya Allah akan mencetak generasi masa depan bangsa yang akan mengisi posisi-posisi strategis khususnya di bidang pendidikan. Visi FITK UIN Jakarta adalah menjadi LPTK yang unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional. Keunggulannya di bidang apa? Di dalam integrasi keilmuan, keislaman, keindonesiaan, dan juga kemanusiaan. Ada beberapa misi yang diemban oleh FITK UIN Jakarta, antara lain yang pertama menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berwawasan riset, karena kami memasukkan dalam program-program, hampir semua program pendidikan kita adalah berbasis riset. Yang kedua, melaksanakan penelitian dan pengembangan keilmuan yang diharapkan menghasilkan karya-karya inovatif, karya-karya yang sangat berkualitas dan bermutu dalam bidang pendidikan. Yang ketiga, melaksanakan pengabdian pada masyarakat melalui pemberdayaan madrasah dan sekolah. Berikutnya, mengembangkan komitmen akademik bagi para sivitas akademika dan juga memberikan layanan berbasis IT, teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta mengembangkan jejaring baik itu dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Yang terakhir adalah kita coba untuk melakukan evaluasi kinerja bagi seluruh unit yang ada secara berkelanjutan. Selanjutnya kami ucapkan selamat datang di kampus FITK UIN Jakarta, kampus pembaharu, kampus masa depan yang insya Allah akan mencetak generasi-generasi masa depan dan juga pemimpin bangsa Indonesia. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Berikut adalah struktur organisasi FITK. Dekan FITK Dr. Sururin MAG, Wakil Dekan Akademik Dr. Kadir MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Administrasi Umum Dr. Abdul Muin MPD, Wakil Dekan Bidang Kemahasiswaan Alumni dan Kerjasama Dr. Khalimi MAG. Jumlah dosen FITK sebanyak 199 orang, terdiri dari 170 dosen PNS dan 29 dosen non-PNS, termasuk di dalamnya 12 guru besar. Saat ini jumlah mahasiswa FITK sebanyak 4.194 orang. Mahasiswa FITK berasal dari seluruh Indonesia, dari Aceh hingga Papua, dan juga dari negara tetangga seperti Thailand dan Turki. Melalui studi di Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan, diharapkan para alumninya dapat menjadi para praktisi dan peneliti yang mampu mengembangkan studi Islam secara global dan kompetitif. Dalam perjalanannya, FITK mengalami berbagai perubahan, terutama dalam jumlah dan nomenklatur jurusan. Hingga kini berkembang maju dengan 12 program studi S1, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan IPA, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Manajemen Pendidikan, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, dan Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. 4 program studi S2, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Agama Islam, Manajemen Pendidikan Islam dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, serta 1 program studi pendidikan profesi guru. FITK terus melakukan perkembangan untuk berbagai program studi baru. Perkuliahan dilakukan di gedung FITK yang berada di lingkup Kampus 1 dan gedung PPG UIN Jakarta. Untuk menyukseskan kegiatan pembelajaran dan kegiatan mahasiswa, FITK memiliki fasilitas antara lain laboratorium kimia, laboratorium fisika, laboratorium biologi, perpustakaan, teater lantai 1, teater lantai 3, musola yang tersedia di setiap lantai, ruang meeting, laboratorium komputer, ruang kelas, lobi di setiap lantai, tata usaha, ruang jurnal, dan ruang sidang. FITK UIN Jakarta ditunjang oleh organisasi mahasiswa dengan kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik, di antaranya Dewan Eksekutif Mahasiswa Fakultas, Senat Mahasiswa Fakultas, Pojok Seni Tarbiyah, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, HMJ Pendidikan Agama Islam, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, HMJ Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, HMJ Pendidikan Matematika, HMPS Pendidikan Fisika, HMPS Pendidikan Biologi, HMPS Pendidikan Kimia, HMJ Manajemen Pendidikan, HMJ Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, HMJ Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, dan HMJ Pendidikan Ilmu Pengetahuan Sosial. Sederet prestasi juga telah diraih oleh Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Menjadi bukti nyata bahwa Fakultas Ilmu Tarbiyah dan Keguruan unggul, kompetitif, dan profesional.
watching such an insightful video, we are now moving to our next agenda, which is the 7th ICEMS talk show about in-class remote and hybrid learning, global perspective and the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. This session will be hosted by Maila Dinia Husni Rahim, PhD. She is an associate professor at Faculty of Educational Sciences and also the director of Center of Excellence UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Follows is her profile video. To Dr. Maila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to the MC, and Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Religious Affairs, Dr. Zainud Tauhid Saadi, MSE, Honorable Rector, Professor Dr. Amani Lubis, Dean of Faculty of Educational Study, Dr. Sururin, Deans, Vice Deans of the Faculties, Director of Graduate Schools of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Director of Institutes and Head of Centers of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, distinguished speakers, professors, students, and audience. Alhamdulillah, despite being isolated for an extended period of time owing to a pandemic, far away from one another in different time zones, we are able to gather virtually for this talk show and the conference. In this talk show, we will discuss the topic of class, remote, and hybrid learning, global perspective on the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus. Crisis.
Go on, Mbak Maila.
Okay, I'm checking my connection. I think
No,
I was
you're on. You're on
cut,
now.
yeah.
You're okay now.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, I'll repeat. In this talk show, we will discuss the topic of in-class, remote, and hybrid learning, global perspectives on the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. We have 4 speakers from 4 different countries. Please welcome Prof. Arif Ismail of University Putra Malaysia. Selamat pagi, Bro Prof. I
Selamat
usually
pagi.
call him Bro Prof. Bro
Selamat
from
pagi,
brother.
terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
This is your second time at UIN.
Inshallah.
Also, please welcome Dr. Robin Ersing of the University of South Florida. It's nearly midnight in Tampa, Florida. We appreciate Robin staying up late for this session.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin.
Hi there.
Please welcome Dr. Phil Henry from the University of Derby in the United Kingdom. I wish you a pleasant very early morning, Phil. Derby time is 3:50 EM, sahur time.
Thank you, Mila.
Yes.
It is the middle of the night here.
Yes. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Muhammad Suhdi from the Faculty of Educational Study at UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Selamat pagi, Pak.
Terima kasih,
sudah
Bu Maila.
bergabung.
Terima kasih.
Okay. Before we call each speaker to give a talk, please allow us to play the speaker's introduction video, which was beautifully created by the ICEMS multimedia team. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present the introduction video. thanks to the ICEMS teams for such a thoughtful and creative introduction to the four exceptional academics. We may proceed with the presentation now. Each speaker will have between 15 and 20 minutes to present their topic. Prof. Ismi will kick things off, followed by Dr. Ersing, Dr. Henry, and Dr. Zuhdi. After that, a question and answer session will be held. Audiences, if you have any question during the presentation, please type them in the chat box in either English or in Bahasa, and we will discuss them later. Let us begin with the first speaker, Prof. Ismi Arif Ismail, who will speak on the topic of global perspectives from Malaysia on the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. Prof. Ismi, you may begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Maila, the moderator, my sister. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning and good evening good morning to Phil and good evening to Robin, I guess. Thank you very much for having me here today. The Honorable Minister, the Rector, Deans, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Inshallah, I will try my very best to share the Malaysian experience and also my involvement and collaboration with some partner countries under the UNESCO project for the benefit of our talk show for today. So, Dr. Maila, I seek your permission to share my slide. Yeah.
Yes, please, Prof.
Okay. Can I be given the the approval to share my slide?
Okay, team, please help, and maybe you can assign the presenters, the co-hosts.
Thank you.
You are the co-host now, Prof, and you can share screen.
Okay. So far not yet, Dr. Maila. Because I'm using two gadgets now. So can I have?
The other gadget. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
What's the name of the other gadget?
Should be Ismi as well.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I proceed. Yeah. So my sharing will be entitled Global Perspectives on the Transformation of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education during and following the coronavirus. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. All right, so it is undeniable that COVID-19 crisis has dynamically changed the new trends in education, ways of working and living, and it is interesting to explore how the crisis, affected, but at the same time enhanced our life, through this VUCA world in which we thought, is yet to come, but basically the crisis has speeded up, now we begin to realize what VUCA really means. So individuals in higher education institutions need to be more adaptive, agile, and resilient to be able to survive and thrive through this crisis. And I profoundly believe that we can create and convert challenges into opportunities to be stronger and steadfast, inshallah. Okay, next slide. So at the outset of 2020, we were struck by COVID-19, and it has affected not only in terms of health, but also the well-being, of individuals, including those in the higher education ecosystem. So in this post-pandemic recovery, there's a need for new approaches to teaching and learning for students, staying both on and off campus. And to meet this challenge, HLIs teaching and learning require transformation, so as to address and to respond to the well-being and learning needs of students and educators. So I'll be talking about not only learning, but also the well-being of our students and educators inside and outside the classroom. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. So HLI leaders need to know effective ways to innovate and adapt, to best support their students and educators, basically to ensure continuity in providing high quality teaching and learning experiences. And we have to do this based on data and also the collective wisdom of the leaders. The reason why is because this real-time data will only provide us, with an accurate picture of the situation, resulting in effective responses to the crisis. Okay, next. So my presentation will be in three blocks. The first one, I'll be sharing on challenges and responses to COVID-19 in higher education. Second, I will share a bit on transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. And finally, recommendations for the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. Next. So in terms of the methodology that I make use of, for the presentation today, I'm based this from a survey that myself and my colleagues, in University Putra Malaysia conducted a survey with 3 Malaysian universities, 1 research university, 1 comprehensive university, and 1 technical university during COVID-19 crisis in early 2020. And I'm also sharing part of our collaboration with UNESCO in 1 international webinar in which we share our experience and how do we respond, and also based on a publication that we submitted using head-on matrix analysis for higher education institution preparedness and planning. Okay, next. So I'm sharing this slide with the organizer. So inshallah, I will go quickly, but feel free, to digest, and I'm open for, question and answer and discussion. Okay. All right. So from the perspective of, the national level, in terms of the key challenges, we see that the COVID-19 crisis and also the movement control order hampers the semester calendar, as well as the curriculum and instruction delivery ecosystem at all universities nationwide. Not all students are ready in terms of managing their well-being and learning. And then not all university faculty are fully trained to deliver teaching through remote and online mode. And we also have faced challenges in terms of cybersecurity attacks, which dampen the continuity of teaching and learning. So basically, in terms of responses, what we did was at the ministry level, the ministry worked with universities by emphasizing, on the importance of access and equity to learning for all students and faculty nationwide. The ministry support universities by coming up with a national level policy decisions on moving towards alternative curriculum and delivery measures. We activate multiple stakeholders, even up until now, from industries and communities to provide infrastructure and infrastructure support, to the faculty and students at all universities. And finally, in terms of the cybersecurity attacks, universities and ministry invested in cybersecurity defense system to ensure efficient continuity of teaching and learning is in place nationwide. Okay, next slide. So at the institution, again, the challenges are very much about providing access and equity to learning, okay, due to limited internet connectivity and our students' diverse geographical location. And then, like I mentioned to you just now, not all university faculty are fully trained to do remote and online mode teaching. And then the cybersecurity attacks. So what we did was we worked very hard, in terms of focusing to provide access and equity for students to access learning. And besides that, a range of social, emotional, and human support services are also given, to enable them to continue learning. And then in terms of faculties pedagogical knowledge and skills, there are a lot of webinars, online training and workshops to support them, to upskill them in terms of how to conduct remote and online teaching using social media and online forums, so on and so forth. Basically sharing best practices with their colleagues. And also we develop a resilient faculty and student support groups through university-wide help desk portal, especially to address cyber security attacks and other technical glitches. Okay, next slide. Next. Okay, next slide. All right, so like what I've mentioned just now, what is crucial is to ensure continuity of learning, will take place, So this is very much the concern, at our side, last, 2020 and 2021. Okay, next slide. So these threats have forced entities to plan suitable responses to preserve operational integrity and future existence, basically to ensure that we are able, to continue without all these threats. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. So we believe that failure to respond adequately will disrupt, HEI operations. And so in the context of this, we need to respond and bounce back. Okay, next slide. Okay, and of course, when you talk about HEIs, communities, we are talking about students and academicians. So we are trying our very best to support not only students, but also everyone involved in the ecosystem. Okay, next slide. So these are our recommendations for the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. And I'm sharing with you at 3 levels. We start with the administrative first. So what our recommendations were, the first one, we recommend that HEI administrators should ensure that the COVID-19 response team governance structure are in place, to enable them to effectively handle the crisis and provide support to both internal and external clients with a high degree of accountability and transparency. Administrators should also empower their response team by using daily real-time data as a source for executing and monitoring policies and delivery strategies to respond to staff and student needs. And in light of students' extreme anxiety and worry, in terms of their well-being and learning trajectory, the administrators work closely with lecturers and student counselors to provide online or telephone counseling to address students' emotional and psychological needs. Next slide. All right, administrators should also prioritize, regular and consistent communication with staff and students to update them, on the latest development relating to the crisis, including the implementation of institutional responses and policy updates. And we are suggesting the university to have a dedicated COVID-19 crisis link, that is visible, interactive, comprehensive, and having all the latest information and frequently asked questions regarding academic support services and student affairs to make sure that crisis communication is in place. Okay, next slide. All right, and then reconfiguring the academic calendar, and then making use of alternatives, widespread application of web-based, online and distance teaching and learning materials, making use of VR for practical learning content, especially for the TVET, the TVET based universities. So basically, we are recommending the administrators to consider flexible alternatives to ensure that learning is not, affected. Okay, next slide. And then, of course, for the administrators to maintain close collaboration with the internal and external stakeholders to ensure adequate resources related to the crisis are allocated, and also ensuring that the university have and appropriate cost, model, and capital efficiency to address the financial needs, attending, to the crisis. Okay, next slide. Okay, now we go to the faculty members. Like what I've mentioned to you just now, we update and support, enhance their pedagogical knowledge and skills through offering online CPD training and support program for them to be able, to be ready to carry out remote and online teaching. We also encourage them to use social media and online forums to share best practices of remote and online teaching with their colleagues. Next slide. All right, for cybersecurity attacks, the administrators together, with the support of other stakeholders, invested in cybersecurity defense system to develop a resilient faculty and student support groups through a university-wide help desk portal to ensure efficient continuity of teaching learning is in place. Next. All right, and then we also encourage lecturers to communicate regularly to ensure students' well-being and to provide intellectual and emotional support. Again, lecturers should use technology-based and alternative pedagogical tools to conduct online and distance learning. And then lecturers to make full use of online discussion platforms to communicate and collaborate, basically accumulating online learning resources that can be shared with fellow lecturers and students. Next. All right, lecturers, should make full use of online discussion platforms like WhatsApp, Facebook, which are very simple, and massively used to communicate and collaborate. They should also accumulate online learning resources, including VR contents that can be shared with fellow lecturers and students. And we are encouraging lecturers to use alternative assessment approaches for student learning. One assignment can be used for 3 courses, for example, to account for the diversity in students' level of access to internet, geographical location, and other basic facilities. Next. All right, and then as for the lost industrial and teaching practicum, this is an issue back in Malaysia, especially those lab-based courses. Lecturers should recommend to administrators on alternative ways to provide practicum training either during or after the COVID-19 crisis to compensate the lost contact hours. And we are asking lecturers to find ways to prepare students for social distancing, to encourage beneficial activities while at home, and they should employ strategies that will allow students to be able to communicate with their classmates to combat boredom, depression, and anxiety, during the isolation period. Okay, next. All right, and then of course, lecturers working with student counselors to support students emotionally, psychologically, and then lecturers to mentor students, on how to complete their learning tasks and assignments with a high degree of proficiency and accountability. Okay, next. Okay, now we are at the student level, we are asking students to communicate frequently with peers to provide and receive updates on each other's well-being and to provide intellectual and emotional support during the crisis period. And students should also make full use of technology to ensure that they are accessible to lecturers and peers and can undertake online and distance learning whether they are on or off campus. Next slide. And then students should be ready to participate in different forms of teaching and learning, not only through face-to-face interaction, but also through alternative modes of learning and assessment. And students should learn from their peers and share learning resources to ensure that they're up to date with the lessons and course content. Okay, next. Okay, and then some will be coming back, in 2 weeks' time. So we are asking them to prepare themselves for social distancing, even those who are staying at home, and they should continuously communicate with their peers, okay, like what I've mentioned to you just now, to combat, boredom, depression, and anxiety, making use of online and phone counseling services if needed. And students should also undertake coursework and complete their assignments with a high degree of proficiency and accountability. Okay, next. All right, so to conclude, we see that the challenges brought by COVID-19 have significantly provided a lesson for higher education institutions to increase their readiness and creativity in dealing with crises and uncertainties. And back in Malaysia, back in UPM, we are using this resolution, menggemarkan seruan Al-Falah dari Menara Ilmu, meaning to say, asking students and lecturers to see this as a blessing in disguise, rather than as a problem, to ensure that we can stay resilient and we can bounce back. Okay, next. To be VUCA-proof. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, my presentation basically covers challenges and responses to COVID-19 in higher education, transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis, and then also recommendations for the transformation of teaching and learning in higher education during and following the coronavirus crisis. Okay. All right. Next. Okay. I always see that, the order of the day is to have this agility and resiliency, to remain sustainable and to remain steadfast to go through this crisis and to bounce back, survive, and thrive. Thank you very much, Dr. Maila. Back to you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Arif Ismail. And we have heard from the perspective of higher education in Malaysia and also some other countries under Prof. Ismi's UNESCO study. And now, for the second speaker, Dr. Robin Ersing, who will discuss the USA perspectives on obstacles and opportunities in higher education in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Audiences, Dr. Robin Ersing.
Oh, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of the presentation. Mila, it is wonderful to see you again. I enjoy our partnership and collaboration very much, and I hope that it will continue. And I'm very pleased to be meeting new colleagues and friends today. So again, thank you for inviting me today. I'm just going to kind of talk about the experience that we've had in the United States in dealing with COVID-19 and the impact on higher education. These are my personal observations along with some data that I've been able to gather over the last 6 semesters. So our university, the University of South Florida, is located in Tampa, Florida. And we have about 50,000 students who attend the university. We're considered a Research 1 high research intensity university where we have undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral students who attend. So COVID-19 came upon us very quickly. It was March of 2020. We were in our spring semester. We do a spring, summer, fall semester system. And the faculty were notified on the spot by our provost that we were going to go on spring break and then not return for the rest of the spring semester. And we had visiting with us at that time, Mila, who was there on her Fulbright, and she was trying to get back to her homeland, and faculty were scattering, trying to very quickly put their classes online. We went completely remote to an online session. Our students were asked to pack up and leave the university if they were living on campus. And the world just seemed to change overnight. We've been functioning in that mode right up until this past summer. So we actually went 4 semesters in remote learning mode. In summer of 2021, we gradually started to open the campus back up. We did some summer classes, some were face-to-face, some were hybrid, so that it was some online, some face-to-face in the classroom. And now this fall semester, we are currently considering our campus to be back to normal operation, although it's far from normal operation. I don't know that or how long it will be before we ever fully feel like we're back to our original functioning. So some of the things that I've observed along the way, definitely the training of faculty. We always had a plan in place for emergency response and emergency operations. We are in the state of Florida, and for those of you that follow that, you know that we are impacted at least 6 months out of the year by hurricanes and tropical storms. So we always have a backup plan in case the university has to shut down due to a natural disaster. But this was different. This required faculty to have to respond very quickly, to convert their course material very quickly. And some things just don't convert that easily. When you have labs where students need to really have that direct interaction with a faculty member, it produces incredible stress, both for the student and for the faculty member. We found out that our equipment oftentimes does not function the way that we would like it to. So we had some faculty that had to retrieve computers and bring their computers home with them. We had some failure of our online learning system. Some people were using Zoom. It was being hacked into. Some people were using Teams. So we had to get that figured out. I think one of the biggest challenges was the socialization. Our students and our faculty lost contact with each other. Even though we were teaching remotely and we were checking in with them, it just wasn't the same experience. Particularly for our undergraduate students who really rely on being on the campus and being able to stop by the office of a faculty member and form that relationship, to know that if they have a question, they can get it answered immediately, that they can have a cup of coffee with you, that they can join seminars and lectures and special activities together and really form that educational bond with their faculty member. We lost that. And that caused a lot of our students to feel isolated, to feel depressed. We saw an increase in mental health symptoms among some of our students. We saw some of that among our faculty as well, where faculty felt isolated. Faculty started to experience some mental health symptoms as well. So it was a very difficult time, and it lasted, like I said, for 4 semesters before we were gradually able to come back. One of the things that I think worked well for us during COVID was that our health department on campus took the lead in helping us organize a strategy for how to report cases of COVID exposure, how to immediately contact trace to find out who else may have been exposed to a faculty or staff person or student who had COVID, and then how to quarantine. And so it was really through our USF health system that kept the faculty and the students well connected to take care of themselves and to make sure that they were getting the proper care that they needed, hooked us into resources. Since that time, as we've gradually come back, we've faced some new challenges. As you know, in the United States, we have a very top-down system of government. So we have the level of the federal government, which is setting its policies and its mandates around things like social distancing, mask wearing, sanitation, and then when the vaccines were available, about trying to get everyone vaccinated. Although the federal government issues these broad policies, what we found is that all 50 states and the governors of each state have a say in how they want to carry out many of those policies at the state level. So in the state of Florida, we have a government right now that really wants us to be fully open and to respect kind of personal freedom. They believe that it's up to the individual to make decisions about whether or not they want to be vaccinated, about whether or not to wear a mask on campus, about social distancing. Everything's been left to the individual. So right now we're facing a situation where we opened the fall semester as a normal semester, and we immediately had a spike in cases where our faculty were becoming infected, where our students were becoming more infected, because we could not require students to wear a mask in the classroom. We could not enforce social distancing, and that became a serious challenge for us. Some of that has settled down, and we're starting to work through that. And the last point that I'll make about this is that we've developed a new style of teaching. So there's classroom-based, there's online, there's hybrid, a mix of those two, and now something that we're calling high flex. And in the high flex learning environment, you're actually teaching live in the classroom to students who choose to be in the classroom, while simultaneously teaching live through Teams for those students that choose not to be in the classroom. And this is something very new for our faculty. So we're trying to learn how to do this, to be able to do it well so that we get the best educational experience for all of our students. So there's no doubt that as we continue to move forward, we will continue to learn and grow from this. And I'm sure that there will be much published on this. This will be well studied. There are lots of grant opportunities out there right now to study the pandemic and its impact on higher education. And many of our faculty look forward to collaborating with others globally to look at how higher education has responded to the pandemic. So maybe there will be opportunities for some of us to work together in the future to better understand this important impact on all of our lives. Again, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Robin. Yes, I experienced the emergency evacuation last March, last year, as the world unprecedented, the Fulbright awardee were suggested to return home as soon as possible. And thank you for your support and to make me able to continue our work together also, and also to return home safely. And now we will like to welcome the next speaker, Dr. Phil Henry. He has prepared a presentation titled Living with and Not Hiding from Contagious Disease, Higher Education in Transformation, the Case of a United Kingdom Institution. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Phil Henry.
Many thanks, Myla, and to the Honourable Director and to faculty and guests, and thank you very much indeed to Professor Ismail and to Robin for Thank you, guys. I think I was in mute mode. Thank you, Myla, for the introduction, and thank you very much indeed to Honourable Director, faculty and guests for your kind offer of presenting to you in the middle of the night especially. And I look forward very much to the question and answer session that will follow this one. To Professor Ismail and to Robin, thank you very much indeed. There's much that you've said that resonates with the UK experience. And what I'd like to do is to talk through some of that at the national, institutional and faculty level for the benefit of the audience. Myla, are you sharing screen from your end?
Well, yes, we can do it. Or you want to do it yourself, or which one is your
Yeah, okay, I'll go find it. Bear with me a second.
Okay. Well, we can do it if you want. The team already prepared for Dr. Phil presentation. Okay, Dimas, please. Phil, the operator already shared the screen.
Okay,
so,
I'll cancel mine. I don't think I've got permissions to do it actually.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, navigating around too many windows open on my computer. What I'd like to do in this presentation briefly is to try to give a sense of the challenges, as have the other speakers, that we faced in the UK. I can't speak for other higher education institutions, but I certainly know what the landscape looked like, and I can say something about the nature of this transformation at the University of Derby. I'd like to kind of cover it in three areas really, which is a kind of chronology of the timeline, if you like, from March the 23rd, when the UK went into what we call lockdown 1, which was the first of several lockdowns, and into an immediate transformation then into a more hybrid world as we moved from that spring semester into an autumn semester. And then ultimately, as we traverse that autumn semester into spring, we were back in lockdown again, and we're then looking at a kind of two-phased approach out of that particular phase into a more hybrid world. And then I'm really interested at what Robin had to say about this idea of high flex. And of course, we're now back on campus in a new semester in 2021 for 22, and we are effectively being asked to function as normal, in inverted commas, and of course part of that has become a kind of high flex model, although I didn't know or have not used the term before today. So thank you for providing me with that. Next slide, please. Okay, so we immediately saw the landscape change as the growing pandemic shaped and certainly became more than apparent towards the end of February 2020. And the UK effectively hung on, if you like, in European terms. We were probably the last to go into lockdown. There's been much political criticism over the timing, but of course there always is, particularly when dealing with pandemic situations. And even though we might be critical of how our leaders and politicians deal with these things, I think ultimately we have seen in the vagaries of time since then that decisions made early in certain parts of the world have also then been reversed by continual waves of the pandemic over time. So we went into lockdown, and the consequences of lockdown, of course, were that we were teaching in about 98% of our faculty provision in a face-to-face, in what we might say are conventional ways, in classrooms, lecture theatres, in computer labs and other laboratory formats, in workshops, and in person. And the synchronous-asynchronous conversation, of course, has become part of the digital vocabulary. Of course, we were functioning in that way. We were functioning live in the synchronous sense. And of course, asynchronous task and activity were also very much part of and have always been part of that learning experience. What we realized quite quickly was that the strategic challenge around teaching and learning operationally needed to be managed, and of course that's managed in a number of ways. So at the strategic level, there was clearly an effort already to put in place emergency provision, and at the operational level, of course, the immediate challenge was, as Robin confirmed in South Florida, is that we moved essentially overnight, and it was literally overnight, from a model of conventional teaching on campus and in classrooms to one where we were wholly reliant on an online process. And essentially, I'll talk about that process as we proceed. Next slide, please. So the COVID pandemic necessitated an emergency transition to teaching and assessment, which was performed quickly and under extreme pressure. It can't be overstated that this was quite an extraordinary effort in the UK education sector, higher education sector. And that was a quote from the UK's QAA, which is the Quality Assurance Agency, in a report that reflects the challenges that were faced immediately and the feedback that has been developed as a consequence of the early lockdown periods and is ongoing, has reflected a very significant shift and a very rapid transition. I don't think I or anyone else in the environment had experienced anything quite as dramatic as a single option to close the institution physically and to reopen it online within 24 hours. And that effectively is what happened. From the 23rd of March, we went into lockdown, and on the 24th, we were teaching online. Now, the contingencies around this were being fed in the week before, and emergency planning had already been put in place. Not least because, of course, we recognise how the changing landscape was likely to unfold. And as we'd seen colleagues around Europe go into lockdowns prior to the UK, we had started to kind of make sense of what, at least the best we could, what we might do in the Derby context and broadly across the HEI sector in the UK. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the immediate challenges in online delivery have been touched on already, and of course the UK is no different in many respects. What kind of provision was put in place around the care and well-being of students, of course, was paramount. But in terms of the pedagogic response, the kinds of things that we had to do literally in a very short space of time were to adapt a range of module assessment, to adapt a range of specifications, to look at digital skills and infrastructure, and also to effectively maintain quality and standards, which were a priority. The way in which we went into the transition was effectively largely dependent on, across the whole HEI sector, your starting point. Where were you? Now, Derby has had for some years what is described as University of Derby Online, which is, as it suggests, a purely online function for remote learning. It has certain kinds of professional programs and courses embedded within it. And so there is already, or was already, an arm of online provision that was accessible within the institution. And effectively, the development of the online learning programs required a level of digital literacy, perhaps that wasn't available to all staff and students. And of course, this transition was facilitated by our colleagues in the institution who were already working in the online environment. And they, together with the CTEL team, the Centre for Teaching and Excellence in Learning, very quickly got together to write immediate emergency guidelines around the way in which we went about doing our day-to-day business. Of course, the challenges of business continuity I'm not talking to, but of course they were happening in the background. The executive team were in constant communication using various online formats. Essentially, the de facto online tool very quickly became Microsoft Teams. But what you found across the sector was that there was really wide differences in provision, and depending on whether or not you were small and specialist, which may have allowed you greater flexibility to handle the broader issues, but then you've got fewer resources in terms of the granular issues that might present, or whether you're a bigger institution that had already got digital literacy programs and or online provision. And I think Derby sits somewhere in the middle, and we had some of both. So given that the variation was quite critical, what we saw in the HEI sector, and we certainly don't see this on a regular day-to-day basis, although within certain stakeholder relationships it may exist, but what we saw was a very significant coming together of the HEI sector around positive pedagogical practice, around best practice and learning, around maintaining the overall flexibility of approach, and a great deal of energy and effort between vice-chancellors and provosts and others in executive positions, as well as those in quality positions, were shared in those initial few weeks as we transitioned into lockdown 1. Next slide, please. And of course, the things that have already been mentioned by other speakers were apparent to the UK situation as well. We'd immediately got obvious barriers to online learning that was impacted upon student experiences, as well as to faculty, and not unlike the South Florida experience, staff were racing into the institution knowing that the lockdown was to be announced, and removing desktop computers and organising with our IT services opportunities to understand how to set them up at home and to make sure that they were safe and secure. And the context for cyber security, of course, is a real challenge. We have a very significant level of exposure to the cyber threat, as do everyone globally. But the provisions that already existed within the web-based systems were effective. The challenge, of course, for faculty members was that they needed to know how to facilitate the use of their desk-based equipment as if they were IT technicians, which was not everybody's cup of tea, essentially. So that took a little bit of adjusting to. And similarly with students in the online world, accessibility was a major challenge, as well as the kinds of problems around whether or not you have what was later described as kind of digital poverty in some respects. You know, access in a general sense is okay. Virtually all students have some kind of internet access, but that doesn't mean that it equates to a specific set of activities, i.e. learning and teaching in an HEI setting. So we saw that students were obviously dispersed geographically, and access was, people's access was of a huge disparity. There was variance in the way in which they could get access, and whether or not they had really good internet connection was the starting point for many, and of course the tools to facilitate the use of those connections. And accessibility for disabled students as well was also of great concern. And the additional barriers, of course, were if you create new provision in an emergency format, is that you may also then inadvertently add to the barriers that exist. And that was a critical concern as well. And of course, we saw a huge amount of cooperation amongst the faculty or staff members in terms of their disruption to routines and best practice that they were very quickly sharing essentially via Microsoft Teams, and of course creating that community online, which doesn't replace a community on campus, but certainly the efforts were made to address those issues within our modular formats, within our teaching groups, and that runs right across the sector, both at postgraduate research level, at graduate level, and at undergraduate level as well. Next slide, please. So at Derby, we have in place virtual learning environments that are relatively easy, he says with his tongue in his cheek, to shift between a virtual and remote experience and an online and an in-class experience on campus. And I say that because lecture recording, lecture capture in the Blackboard VLE system, using a tool called Collaborate Virtual Classroom, which was something that had been pioneered for University of Derby Online, became immediately something that was expected of everyone across the institution. And we already had made good use of Panopto as a lecture capture software tool. And so we could effectively quite quickly transition into the online offer, at least at the level of classroom connection with students. And we also quickly put in place adjustments for students, not least in terms of our COVID adjustments system, which involves some metrics that effectively said to students that if you received grades that were less than the previous autumn's grades, then you could apply for adjustment for your work. So effectively what was agreed executively and within quality was that students should through a no detriment policy, should not suffer the detriment of the transition or the emergency shift to online learning. And if it affected their grades, then they should be aligned comparably with the kinds of grades they'd received in the on-campus and in classroom provision in the previous autumn semester of 2019. We also saw our examination boards, which ratify marks, move to online faculty, and all staff adopted digital platforms through Teams and the Blackboard collaborative response in the virtual classroom for communication and teaching and learning. And of course, whilst there was no time for this transition, it was obviously not going to be seamless. And there were certainly a number of bumps in the road in the first few weeks whilst things were settling down. Next slide, please. The one thing that we did as an institution was to provide additional notebook stroke laptop support for students, and they were mailed out to those in digital poverty. And that certainly made a huge difference. Of course, a cost to the institution, but one I think that was very well worth the effort. And so as we move into a blended learning environment, digital skills of staff and students became part of that spotlight and attention paid to the mitigation around how we should train our faculty colleagues. And of course, before adopting what was to become a blended learning experience, named at Derby as the best of blends. This was designed around enhancing digital synchronous and asynchronous skill sets, and of course it was developed through our Centre for Excellence in Learning and Teaching and our quality colleagues in the background during the spring semester, so that it was live for all training for faculty members by the summer. And of course there was a 5-day transition into faculty delivery prior to the 2020 September new academic year starting. And of course that digital literacy and skills to manage online provision included a whole range of things that we had already been adjusting to, which were presentations, lecture recording and capture accessibility, getting used to different ways in which you can create community, the socialization aspects, and the accessibility questions in terms of provision, so that there was equity amongst the student body as best they could be, at least at this time. Working around the kind of breakouts, using polls, using learning journals and chat functions and all of those tools that become part of that, you know, the additional options to enhance the learning experience on the various platforms, which essentially boiled down to 2 platforms at Derby, which was Microsoft Teams and Blackboard Collaborate. Next slide, please. So our preparations for 2020 got underway into the autumn. Next slide, please. And effectively what we saw was this kind of 2-phase approach. If you chart your way through the COVID crisis in those initial 2 phases, the first one was incorporating the emergency actions I've just talked about and the onset of lockdown in March 2020 and implementing business continuity plans, conducting risk analyses and closing of campuses, safety of students and staff, and of course identifying how teaching and assessment could continue during the remainder of that 2019-20 period, and then into phase 2, which incorporated a kind of more forward-looking action plan, and effectively by the time we got to Easter 2020 and beyond, the developments were around a blended delivery, and we were already in preparations for using, you know, the common space planning options for a return to campus, which we anticipated may occur in the autumn of 2020 to a more in-person teaching. In actual fact, what happened was we moved into a hybrid world for some, but not for many others. Professional practice and those programs that were affected by professional bodies were given an option to come back on campus in autumn 2020. My own program, whilst a taught postgraduate program, teaches in a block teaching method, which is unusual. So we do some weekend teaching and evening teaching and we were allowed the opportunity to teach face-to-face in those spaces when the campus was quiet. So we found that our face-to-face teaching in a hybrid format happened in evening times and on Saturdays effectively. Next slide, please. And this transition of blended, of course, moved into a new phase in 2021-22, which is where we are now, which was we have adapted a so-called best of blends model to become what is now called BALM, or blended applied learning. And this has become the standard option, and the training provision for it started in the summer that has just passed. And of course, it's now developed around a set of digital baselines, of which there are 16. They seem to increase exponentially every time we look at the changes in this provision. And of course, what that sought to consider were the next steps, which was to consider which elements within your module was best delivered synchronously and or asynchronously, and what elements within those modes can be made active as an experience for students. How do the asynchronous and synchronous activities relate to each other was also, and is, a big question being asked. What could help students to see the importance of completing their tasks and attending live sessions? Because, of course, therein lies the challenge. After isolation and the wellbeing issues that others have mentioned were clearly evident in Derby as well as across the UK generally, both in the context of staff and faculty and student bodies, where additional support was made available for mental health and wellbeing provision and counselling, etc. And of course, that has been and remains the case as we are now moving to what might otherwise be described as a complete shift back into the online on-campus world. And some of that is also included in what Robin talked about as high flex. I'll say something about that in a minute. Next slide, please. So the feedback and opportunities that were provided through this approach effectively looked at what was happening on the national level. So to kind of close this out, just to give a sense of then what has been learnt, at least contextually, through the National Quality Assurance Agency and through the Office for Students, which is now the governing body in the UK with oversight and direct link to government. So through feedback from students and staff, what we're aware of is that the blend of asynchronous and synchronous learning opportunities can help students to learn both independently and collaboratively. So this is the feedback and briefing to staff in the University of Derby, and has also resonance with the rest of the country. Helping students to learn independently and collaboratively is critical and ensures some flexibility and active opportunity to engage with learning. And looking to provide students with value, because of course there is another significant element here, which is the question of value for money, because of course there are costs attached to higher education in the UK, as there are elsewhere in the world. To build relationships with students by encouraging them to collaborate on group tasks outside the synchronous live sessions, and to create a variety of opportunities for students to engage with their learning content in different environments. Next slide, please. And of course, what we've seen is the fallout, and the fallout is reflected here at the national level. So the National Student Survey, which all undergraduates in their final year are encouraged to take part in, essentially is framed around a survey that has agreement rates associated with student experience. And of course, you can see there from the graph that the overall satisfaction for courses and various options therein, that's 1 to 8, are all have all reduced dramatically between 2020 and 2021. There are some small pockets where the fall has been less in terms of agreement around satisfaction in terms of the teaching of the course, the learning opportunities, assessment and feedback, academic support, organisation management, learning resources, learning community, and the student voice. But generally speaking, all of those have fallen significantly from a range within 70 to 85% agreement in satisfaction terms, to a range that is now somewhere between 66, 68 and 80% satisfaction. Next slide, please. And these are the questions that have been asked of our students at the national level around COVID specific. So these were in addition to the National Student Survey for 2021. It asked significant questions about the information that students received and the support that they got, whether it was timely in terms of course changes, whether the university taking sufficient steps to support mental well-being, whether those steps to protect the physical safety in terms of the virus, in terms of social distancing, in terms of hand hygiene and other provisions in terms of classroom spaces, etc., had been appropriately delivered on, and whether or not the content of delivery, learning and teaching during the pandemic had made provision and had been and was acceptable to students, and whether or not you've been able to access the learning resources. Next slide, please. And the overall upshot of that was that the questions that I just alluded to in the previous slide had agreement levels between 78 at the top end of the 79 question 4 and 78 at question 6 at the top end of the scale, and as low as 63% in question 2 and only 47% in question 5, so less than 50%. Could we go back to the previous slide, please? Sorry, can we go back one? Is it possible before we conclude?
Dimas, slide sebelumnya. Satu lagi, ya.
Thank you. And so we can see that my university or college is taking sufficient steps to protect my physical safety from the virus is the one that has had the least agreeable response to, and less than 50% of students who answered that question, as you saw in the slide that's just gone, were not content that that was the case. Okay, I'll draw that to a close then. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Phil, for your sharing of how the UK's higher education, in this case, University of Derby, navigated learning during the pandemic. Last, but certainly not least, the perspective from Indonesia on the transformation of higher education teaching and learning during the pandemic, a quality assurance perspective presented by Dr. Muhammad Zuhdi. Dr. Zuhdi is the Director of Institute of Quality Assurance at our university. Audiences, Dr. Muhammad Zuhdi.
Thank you, Bu Maila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from me, and good early morning, Dr. Philip, and good evening, Dr. Robin. And everyone, thank you very much for the committee to inviting me to join in this conference, and I'm very pleasure. I think all the speakers already given a lot of perspectives and the transformations of teaching and learning in different part of the world. And I'm going to talk briefly about the general observation on how the teaching and learning has been transformed in higher education. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen, Maila?
No, yes. Yes, Dr. Zuhdi. It's, yeah. If you can full screen it, thank you.
It works slowly. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me start with a reminder for all of us about how big the pandemic is, and this is, I think, our lifetime experience. you know, the COVID-19 pandemics, as per October 5th, 2021, there was more than 200 million cases around the world of COVID-19, and more than 4 million, nearly 5 million people that because of this pandemic. And this certainly is the largest disruption on education in the history of mankind. And you know, schools are closest, universities are closest in more than 200 countries around the world, and 94% of world's students population, about 1.6 billion students, are affected because of this pandemic. And you know, a lot of people who studied abroad, like Dr. Maila, who was in States, and our colleagues in different parts of the world, they have to travel back home or stay there. My own daughter was in Hungary in the early 2020, and she has to return home by March 2020 because of this pandemic. And I think a lot of schools, especially schools in developing countries or less developed countries, are not prepared for this. Even universities are not really prepared for this. And everyone was like unprepared. They have to do something about schooling. At the beginning, everyone is worried about their lives. So education comes second. Schools are closest. Everyone has to be firstly save their lives. But then we realize education must go on, and we have to find ways to deliver education to our students in schools and universities. So Verde and Valero identified 5 teaching and learning models in which we usually use in our schools and university. We have the presence learning, the traditional presence learning, the distance education, it's blended learning or hybrid learning. They distinguish between blended and hybrid learning, and they have also mirror through. Now, the presence learning is the traditional form of teaching and learning that we all familiar with, where students and teachers sharing the same physical classroom. And this is something that we all miss. My university has conducted some survey of students who are currently studying at home, access their professors from home, and 78% of them are missing face-to-face learning, the presence learning. But since March 2020, we have to stop this. And now our schools and universities across Indonesia started to open their doors to the students, not fully presence for every students to come to schools, but we start opening our doors to students. Our university is still closed until the end of this semester, but some study program has started to invite students to come in to do some sort of practical applications of certain skills that they cannot do it online. So, but this is the traditional way of doing teaching and learning that we know. We also have the old distance education, the type education that developed using technology that allows students to attend classes in remote location. It's not really new. It has started long time before COVID-19 attack the world. So, and we in Indonesia, we have open university that provide distance education for students around Indonesia. And also, I think a lot of universities around the world has started distance education and offered courses, offer degrees for distance learning. But it's not really massive. It's something that only certain universities and certain students can get access to. But then we also learn the blended learning models. Dr. Henry and Dr. Robin already mentioned about how the blended learning model applied in different in US and UK and also in Malaysia by Dr. Asmi. So it's a combination between face-to-face learning and e-learning. Some students attended classroom, some students do it from a distance. And we also have the hybrid learning. It's almost similar to the blended learning. But the identification of the hybrid learning means that some students come to the classroom, attend the class, and other doing it from home, or partially online and partially face-to-face learning. And there are also some schools who have a model called mirror rooms. They have limited students in one room. They split the class into 2 or 3 groups, and normally 2 groups. And one group stay in one classroom, the other group on the different room, in order for them to keep the distance between students and teachers. So they minimize the size of the classroom. So they have mirror classroom, one classroom online and one classroom offline, and it started to develop this way. So there's also online guide in the classroom where teacher stays at home using the guide. Teachers will guide the students from home, and student can travel to university, travel to school, and join the video conference from school. But the teacher does not present at school. Teacher only guide student from his or her house. So the impact to education, the impact on education from the different models of teaching and learning that we have experienced, that we have shared, there are positives and negatives impact. From the positive side, we can see there are a lot of creativity invented in teaching and learning during the pandemic. Professors or teachers who were not previously familiar with online teaching and learning, they're getting more familiar. More and more teachers and professors, they're using more than one platforms to teach. They combine the use of Zoom, for example, with WhatsApp, with Google Classroom, and with learning management system of the university. They combine them together in ways that students can join in, that students can learn from the professors. So there are a lot of creativities invented, and I think the pandemic already teach us how to act, how to react to the current situation with difficult situation and make education continuous. More technologies are also invented for education. Nobody knows Zoom before the pandemic, but now everyone knows Zoom. Even students in primary school, they know Zoom, and we use Zoom. And it's not only Zoom, there are a lot of other platforms that we can use. And so I think this is we won't have these technologies unless we are pushed by something like pandemic. And of course, access to and from around the world is also beneficial for students and lecturers as well. We won't have Dr. Philip or Dr. Robin in Indonesia, but we still can learn from them directly from far away using the technology. We can also have Professor Ismi share his research through technology, and this is thanks to the technology that is invented for education. Our student can access a lot of information, a lot of online seminars, online conference from around the world without having to move to different places. You know, if you want to attend two different conferences at the same time, it looks like impossible. You have one conference in Singapore, one conference in Australia, for example, at the same time, you cannot do it. But with this technology, with this pandemic, we can do two conferences or even more within, you know, very short period of time, because we don't have to travel from Malaysia to Singapore to Australia to England to United States. So we can just move from one screen to another to learn from people from different parts of the world. But we can also learn the negative impact to education from this experience. We learn that a lot of passive learners, you know, even we have Zoom, we have the technology to make the virtual classroom, but a lot of students, for different reason, they will say, sorry to turn off the camera, sorry to not being active because of lack of internet access. Or even if they do have internet access, even if they do have the technology, some students will feel more comfortable to become passive and bystander learners. They only join in the online classroom, but only observing the classroom, not really involved in activities that the classroom has. So we have more and more bystander learners with this online learning. And also inequality of access. Students from different parts of Indonesia or even different part of the world, they have different access to technology, different access to resource of learning because of the different internet services that they have. So they might, some students might have better access to others, not only because of they cannot pay. They might be able to pay, but the quality of internet access is not really similar from one place to another in Indonesia. And as a result of the passive learning, bystander learner, and equality of access, we are afraid, we are worried about the ineffectiveness of learning. Some people have started to discuss about loss of learning in schooling, and we are also concerned about the ineffectiveness of learning that our student experiences. So that's why the quality assurance of learning, teaching and learning processes by using this technology and also the end result of education by using the technology needs to be verified. We have to make sure that students really learn from their experiences, really learn from their professor, and really learn from different sources of information to make sure that the teaching learning remains effective. So let me close with the quotes that in the world of education, from primary school to university and beyond, we have realized that digital learning is not only an option for learning, but it is fast becoming the main option. Thank you very much, Bu Maila.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susi. We appreciate your time for sharing your insights and observation of how higher education in Indonesia, most especially UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, transformed learning throughout the pandemic. And now we have 40 minutes for question and answer. Apart from being broadcast in the Zoom meeting, this talk show is also available on YouTube. There are some questions prompted. Operator, are you ready with the questions to be displayed? Yes. Or while waiting for the operator to share the question they receive, you may also ask the audiences. You may also ask the question directly by hand raise. Yeah, raise your hand virtually. I mean, in the reaction, and then we will allow you. We will welcome you to raise the question. Anyone? Yes. Okay. We have we had listened to 4 countries' experiences navigating the pandemic, how learning in these 4 countries, and most especially in these 4 universities. And for your information, as Dr. Zudi mentioned before, that in Indonesia the government already announced that schools, including university, may begin with in-class learning. However, most of the learning now is still virtually, and for some subjects that needs lab at university are open, yeah, but still, because of we just hit by the Delta cases 2 months ago, and now the cases are reduced, so schools are starting to open, yeah, but we can say that in Indonesia, Indonesia's plan or Indonesian plans or implementation of reopening the schools is quite late. Even the World Health Organization and UNESCO sent a letter to the government of Indonesia to as soon as possible to open school. And because we are archipelagic country, and also the countries are spread across the islands, the case of opening schools are not also easy. Yes, the committee, are you ready with the question that you have gathered to be displayed? Okay. Yes, okay, thank you. So I believe, yeah, okay. This is the first question is for Prof. Ismi. The question is, what are the most challenges in online learning and the tips how to face them? I think this question could be answered also by the other speakers. So that's the first question. And the second question, this is for Dr. Robin. What is the best blended learning that you suggest to use during online learning? So the first question is about the challenges of implementing online learning, and then the second one is the best blended learning, or you may say you mentioned before high flex learning that you suggest, yeah, to use during the online learning. Okay, please, Prof. Dr. Ismi, yeah, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Maila. Thank you to Danda. Very good question. I'm picking up also what Prof. Zudi, Phil, and Robin, have shared, just now. Very insightful. My response to the question would be, we have different kind of challenges. First, of course, from the technical perspective, and then second one, of course, from the, teaching and learning perspective. I see that the common challenges in online learning basically is in terms of, accessibility, basically maybe because of the internet connectivity, or maybe because of the kind of platform that we are offering. So that's why our suggestion to lecturers, if they want to, have a very fruitful, meaningful online learning, try to go with the basic platform, that is easily accessible to students, rather than going into platform that is, very high tech, somewhat exclusive, So that's basically in terms of the technical, And then in terms of the teaching and learning challenges, I think one is to ensure that educators are well trained, to be able to conduct the online learning activities, making it interesting, because we are talking about the commitment from both educators and students. We want students to remain, motivated and focused with these online learning activities. So I think educators have to consider, making sure that, both educators and students will remain focused and will remain motivated, to commit themselves to the activities. So instead of having, long hour of online sessions, you can always have, breaks, in between, and then come up with interesting activities. And like what I've mentioned just now, to have maybe one project or one assignment to cover more than one courses, in which students do not have to repeatedly doing the same assignments for different courses. So that's basically what I can respond, Dr. Maila, in terms of tips. Basically, keep on, keep motivating yourselves, either as educators and learners, to remain focused and to enjoy the online learning sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for your information, many of our audiences are students at our faculty and also across Indonesia. So your answers, well, the motivation will be very useful for them and also for me and all the educators. The next question, well, for Dr. Robin, what do you think? What is the best blended learning that you may suggest for the audiences?
Well, thank you for this question. It's a very interesting question. So for me personally, I have found that the best blended style is a combination of classroom and then online learning. So that most of the sessions, so it's more of a hybrid, what we would consider to be hybrid learning. So most of the sessions are done online, but we do have a few sessions where we meet face-to-face. And I use those face-to-face gatherings to be able to kind of pull together the broad learning concepts and learning objectives for the course, so that the students get to see the big picture of what the course content is about and the major outcomes that we hope for them to achieve. And then that way, when they go back to online learning, we can break it down into smaller pieces that they feel more comfortable being able to handle, so it doesn't feel so overwhelming for them. It also gives them an opportunity to build some socialization and some bonding with me in the face-to-face classroom, so that they don't feel so isolated, but then they do get to also be able to work independently and at their pace as they're working online. And I find that I enjoy that as well, because oftentimes, particularly now during COVID, I have students coming to me asking for letters of recommendation. And if I've only done online learning, it's been very difficult for me to write a strong letter of recommendation, because I haven't really had an opportunity to get to know the student. So this way, it gives me an opportunity to interact and to get to know something about them more personally, so that I can write a stronger letter of recommendation for them. So it just feels like a better, well-rounded experience for me.
And you may also answer question for Dr. Ismi. In your case, or in your experience in America, what are the challenges that you face during this online learning, actually?
Well, I heard a concept tonight that I hadn't heard before, and that's a bystander learning, or a bystander learner. And I really connect with that. Because I think that's the biggest challenge that I've faced, is that it's very easy for students to get lost when you're doing online learning. Particularly students that might be more introverted, and maybe in the classroom they would have sat toward the back of the room, or they may not have raised their hand to answer questions. I could always call on them, and I could still spot them in the classroom, and I could see whatever they were struggling with to help them feel more comfortable and help engage them. But online, it's much more challenging. And so they do truly become bystanders, and the course just kind of passes by them, and they're not really engaged. So, and I'm not sure that I have any really good tips on that, other than trying to set up some one-on-one sessions, kind of like virtual office hours, where I can have that private one-on-one time with a student. So it's just the two of us talking about whatever their concerns or questions might be.
Thank you, Robin and Prof. Ismi. And we would like also to invite Dr. Zuhdi. What do you think, actually, the challenges that we have, and also your opinion, what is the best blended learning you may suggest? Zuhdi, are you here with us? Okay. Well, okay, I'll check if Pak Zudi is still, oh, I think he was, yeah, he's disconnected. He's not in the Zoom. Okay. Dr. Phil Henry, I would like to invite you also to comment on these two questions, please.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mila. There are very many challenges in the context of online learning, and I guess the bystander question is also one that resonates with me very strongly, and it relates also to the question that I'm also being posed by Cook, which is about maintaining or increasing student engagement. Diversity in the classroom of provision is quite important in the online world. At least my experience has suggested that the greater level of interaction reduces the number of bystanders that are taking part. But there's also a fine line between not wanting to call students out and create a kind of form of online embarrassment because they're not participating. But the way in which I think we've managed that relatively successfully is to develop interactive breakout spaces where students are provided with the live synchronous tasks, and or where we're providing a range of online asynchronous activity where students can go together outside of the classroom space and where they can and do interact with each other over a range of different tasks associated with the learning and teaching, and of course the learning outcomes for provision. The biggest, I guess, other and related challenge is about the passive learners who may also be bystanders. But of course, I think Dr. Zudi's comment about those were appropriate because we've got a level of passivity which is perhaps not always associated with the classroom in the online space, and that in itself also I think requires that diversity of approach, the different tools made available. I mean, the shorter breaks, the concentration levels online clearly are not as well maintained as they are perhaps face-to-face, but of course that is also a subjective question in many cases. And of course the other I guess response to the challenges debate, how well we found the approach as we've moved back in the UK to a normal, in inverted commas, classroom experience this semester. We've been back in now for 2 weeks. Effectively, what we're seeing is that there's still a level of, or at least a desire by students to be part of the classroom from a remote space. And of course, that brings us to the HiFlex world, where we're live streaming through Collaborate Virtual Classroom. And it comes with its own issues. So live streaming and teaching in the same space. So effectively, you're prioritizing the people in the room, and the online experience will never be quite the same as the in-classroom experience, and students need to be aware of that. But you can adequately, providing you've got a small cohort online as well as in the classroom, facilitate breakout activity, still go to polling. You can still raise the obvious options for students to respond to you in different ways, use of emojis and other things that help us to make sure that people are still in contact and on track and in focus with the tasks at hand. These, of course, require a degree of flexibility, and so you clearly have to manage both offers the best way that you can in order to provide the most equitable experience both in the classroom and online.
Thank you, Phil. Dr. Zudi, you are here now. Before we are moving to the next question, you may comment from your personal experience, what are the challenges and what are the best blended learning you may suggest?
I'm still muted. Sorry. Thank you, Bu Maila, and apologize, I was lost because of the connection. I just experienced what I just explained about the inequality of access to the internet, though I'm actually the office now. So my personal experience, the challenge, the biggest challenge is how to make students engage with our learning activities. I tried because we have normally quite a large classrooms here in Indonesia, and it's a real challenge how to engage students with our activities. So my experience is I always ask students to do something, to write something, and I will randomly ask them to either share their understanding, share their experiences, or even ask questions. I will ask randomly students to ask questions and ask them to let me know if they have difficulties, if they can, for example, if they don't have good quality internet access, and maybe they have sometimes, you know, if heavy rainfall is going in and we don't have good internet access, and I will ask them to read something else. So the point is how to make sure our student is engaged with the learning activities. It's certainly not as good as face-to-face learning, but I think our students now in the transition of having face-to-face or presence learning transform into the online learning. They will experience more in the future. Maybe when they become teachers someday, they will use more online learning as a platform compared to the presence or face-to-face learning. Thank you, Maila.
Thank you, Pak Zudi. Yes, Phil, Robin, and Dr. Prof. Ismi, for your information, UIN Sarjito Jakarta is located in Jakarta. But our students during this pandemic, many of them are returned home. And so they spread across Indonesia, and not every places in Indonesia are having a good internet connection. So in the classroom, sometimes I can see my students just studying next to the chicken farms or just under the tree near the road, just because they're looking for a better connection. So it's one of the challenges also, because then for having them concentrated on learning, it's also well, something that we need to figure out, just like how they can manage it and how they could still save, yeah, during the learning. Well, we have other two questions. Yeah, the first question is for Phil. The question is, how to maintain or increase students' engagement during online learning? Well, you had answered a little bit, but maybe you can elaborate more. Yes, please, Phil.
Okay, thank you, Mila. Yeah, I did say something about this. I'm in danger of repeating myself here, but I'll try and avoid that if I can. I think one of the challenges of increasing student engagement is very much about the level of interaction. And I think others have already said this. But of course, in context, passive and bystander responses, that's a really challenging thing from the lecturer's perspective to keep people engaged. I think what we're finding is that those students that are in interactive spaces with each other are probably even the ones that are the most passive, connected and communicating in ways perhaps that they were reluctant to early on. I think that's partially because we've now got used to the idea that this experience is not so novel. This experience is actually, the reality that we're all seeing and experiencing. And so even students who, for all kinds of reasons, including, their own sort of self-esteem issues and other challenges that they may be facing, are effectively engaging perhaps in ways that they early on in the pandemic were not. And so I think this, to back to my original point, was, the significance of short and focused tasking in the live synchronous sense, and having obvious learning outcomes that you're trying to address in the context of the program. And as Robin suggested, finding the space in the classroom and in private communication with students to make sure that they are on track, to help them in context, bigger picture, to make sure that they know what their assessment requirements are, and to cover these things in what we're seeing now is what we call a PAT system, personal academic tutor provision, which requires us to, at least on 3 occasions in each semester, have significant one-to-one engagement with all our students on our list who are on the personal academic tutor list. For me as a postgraduate program leader, my significant number of students has reduced compared with when I was wholly committed to undergraduate world. And so in some respects that's helpful for me and for the student, because we can find more time to keep people on track. And I guess the diversity in the classroom is also very much part of that, making that experience one in which people feel comfortable to socialise in, and almost get to the point where they forget that this is the online space and this is just a learning environment.
Thank you, Phil. And well, we have another question for Dr. Zuhdi. The question is, how about the output of hybrid learning? Will they get the equal output? How do we control the students' output in hybrid learning?
Thank you. It's a very interesting and challenging question. I don't have an exact answer to this question, but I think it's subject to research that we have to do, because we have to distinguish between those who join in hybrid learning voluntarily and those who join in hybrid learning because they have to do the hybrid learning. Some students, I experienced myself, I met some students who actually enjoy more being far away from peers, being alone, learning alone, and they learn by themselves because shy or introvertness. But doing a hybrid learning, because we have some online and some offline, certainly there will be different experience. It depends on the subject that you're teaching. Subject that that you can deliver by lecturing or give students a reading list and having discussion with students online, that will be probably easier to get almost similar output between offline and online learning. But for subjects that require more face-to-face, like practical application of something, I think the output will be different. So I think it's subject to research to have more specific answer to this question. But the point is, how do we control the students' output? I think going back to my statement earlier, the point is making students engage with our teaching and learning activities. How to make them engage by, ask them to read, ask them to share their opinion, ask them to ask questions, ask them to discuss with their peers, and also having a personal communication with them will also helpful. So I think we cannot say the result will be similar between hybrid and presence learning, but the world is moving in that direction. More and more teaching and learning activities will be held online through the distance, and I think the generation after our generation will be more familiar, will be more used to this type of learning. So I think we can anticipate the negative aspect of hybrid learning by making our students more engaged with our teaching and learning activities. Thank you, Maila.
Thank you, Pak Zuhdi. There are two more questions on the chat box. However, because of the time constraint, we would like to invite you, the speakers, to say concluding statements regarding the first question is actually about what policy the government should have, and another one is about the best practice. So as academics, and we would like to, previously the Vice Minister of Religious Affairs was here, and also this conference will be reported and will be published, the result of the conference. So for your concluding statement, please share, what do you think? What your suggestion for the government? What is the best practice for now for navigating the learning during the pandemic? Maybe Prof. Ismi, you may start with your concluding statement, please.
Thank you, Dr. Maila. Before I, give my concluding remarks, again, I would like to thank Dr. Maila, organizer, and also my fellow panelists. I learned a lot from all of you today, Pak Zuhdi, Phil, and Robin. My last word would be not only for the policymakers, but also educators and learners to remain agile, flexible, but at the same time, maintaining the quality to make sure that everyone, is not left behind. We have to remain inclusive, but at the same time, give full consideration in terms of the flexibility for the learning to take place. Rather with coming up with only one size fits all kind of policy and implementation, try to be as flexible as possible, but at the same time maintaining the quality. That's my take. Thank you, Dr. Maila, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Ismi. Robin, what do you think?
Well, again, I would also like to share my thanks for being invited to the panel, and I also learned a lot today. So I want to thank everyone for that and such wonderful questions that we were asked. So my concluding thought would be, there's an old saying that goes, out of every crisis, there's opportunity. And I think that the pandemic and its impact on higher education has provided us with some wonderful opportunities to challenge ourselves as educators, to better understand that we have a bigger toolbox than we may have realized available to us. I think it's also demonstrated to our students that they have inner strengths that they may not have realized because they needed to draw on those to be able to get through this very difficult time. And so I like to believe that these opportunities will only help us grow and become even stronger in what we do in higher education, and that this generation will be able to pass that along as they continue to advance in their careers. And so that's a kind of a positive way of trying to get through everything that we've experienced. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Phil?
Thank you, Myla, and to fellow panelists. I've thoroughly enjoyed the experience, and it's been great to connect with you all. I'm conscious that starting points are really a challenge here. So in the context of policymakers and governments and others that make provision around higher education, it varies so significantly across the globe. I recognise that the UK context is likely to be very different to the others that have discussed this evening as panellists in this presentation. But I think the question of flexibility, as Dr. Ishmi suggests, is absolutely critical. We have seen a significant shift in the way in which a much more supportive response from government is apparent in the current climate. And I think to take Robin's point about opportunities growing out of crises, we are anticipating and we hope that as we are transitioning now into what is more conventional with the added hybridity and high flex that involves, is that we will continue to develop the online learning experience and to grow that. However, there's a caveat in this, in as much as we're already feeling a sense of the so significant shift to digital learning is, and I want to be cautious about what I say about this, is quietly being forgotten in some respects as normality returns. So what I want to do perhaps is to suggest that we should not lose sight of the learning that we have gained, and that we should continue to push for the best of blends, whatever that looks like in your own environment, and not revert to type in terms of where we were previously.
Thank you, Phil. Pak Zudi.
Well, thank you. I think we are in a very crucial time for the school managers, school principals, and also the government to make, in Indonesia certainly, to make a sort of giant leap on changing the way we treat our students. First of all, certainly research-based policy making is very crucial, very important. Government needs to really, especially, Indonesia is huge countries with different social background between people. And I agree totally with Professor Ismi. There's no one-size-fits-all policy, especially in the case of Indonesia. So the government should be making policy based on research. The different needs and different situation in different provinces and different regions need to be taken care of. So the policy of having improving the technology of education, creating more applications or gamifications that current student can enjoy, because there's a gap between what teachers strategies in teaching with what student can enjoy with their activities. And our current student, our generation after our generation, they used to be working, enjoying gadget, watching a short film, playing games with their gadget. I think we have to sort of find a way that can make them enjoy learning as much as they enjoying the game or the other applications. And the second thing, I think, it's also how to pay attention to those who are disadvantaged in terms of internet access, quality education. I think that's what the government's for. We have certainly people who are lucky enough who can get access to international standard of education, but I think more people who are not lucky enough to get quality education, I think government should also pay more attention to them. Thank you very much, Bumaila. And also thank you for the all finalists. I certainly enjoy your presentation and I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much. To conclude this talk show, we, the Faculty of Educational Studies, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, and the organizing committees are pleased to present Prof. Ismi, Dr. Ersing, Dr. Henry, and Dr. Zukti with certificates of appreciation for their contribution as conference speakers. The certificate will be officially presented by the Dean of the Faculty of Education, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Team, please display the certificates. Kalau dibantu sertifikatnya. And Ibu Dekan, you may want to say a few words.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello, Professor Ismail, Dr. Robin Ersing, and Dr. Philip Henry, and then Dr. Zulki. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your sharing information, knowledge, and experience. We appreciate for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome, Bu Dekan.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu Dekan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dekan. When there is a meeting, there is a farewell. It's time to close our 2-hour session. Thank you very much to all the speakers, committees, and audiences. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi.
Thank you also, Maila, Dr. Maila, moderator.
Thank you, Bu Maila. Very good.
Thank you.
And very
Thank you,
good
Maila.
session.
Thank you.
Looking forward to meet Dr. Henry and Dr. Ensing. February in Jakarta. Also Dr. Ismi.
InsyaAllah. Terima kasih Pak Zudi.
Next time,
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maila, for hosting the talk show. That was a really inspiring session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, now we're going to have a lunch and prayer break for an hour, and then the session will be continued at 1 p.m. See you.
Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5,000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society this year. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, Queen Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I've got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs, or MORA 5,000 dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training Queen Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Siron, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University, Belfast. I'm also an awardee of MORA Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training, Queen Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I am a PhD student at Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I do believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5.000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta, for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society in Asia. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, Queen Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I've got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs, or MORA 5.000 dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training Queen Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Siron, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University, Belfast. I'm also an awardee of MORA Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training, Queen Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I am a PhD student at Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I do believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5.000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society this year. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I've got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs, or MORA 5.000 dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Siron, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University, Belfast. I'm also an awardee of MORA Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 20 and 21. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Now, I am a PhD student at Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I do believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dadan Nugraha and I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University, Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the School of Social Science, Education and Social Work, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. I'm here supported by the scholarship of 5.000 dokter from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. At this very precious moment, I would like to extend my warmest greeting from Belfast and congratulate the Faculty of Educational Science, State Islamic University Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta for organizing the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society this year. For all speakers and participants, I hope all of you enjoy the talks and discussions in this annual conference. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Desmaliza or Iza. I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, UIN Sarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I'm doing my PhD at the University of Manchester, the United Kingdom. I've got scholarship from the Minister of Religious Affairs or MORA 5.000 Dokter. In this occasion, I would like to say congratulations to the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training UIN Sarif Hidayatullah Jakarta for the big event, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. This conference brings together the practitioners and the researchers from all over the world. Therefore, I believe this conference will enhance the quality of education in Indonesia, especially for the Muslim society. Good luck to all of you, the committees, the participants, as well as the speakers.
Assalamualaikum. I am Siram, lecturer in Islamic Early Childhood Education Department, UIN Sarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Currently, I'm in the United Kingdom, pursuing my PhD in Queen's University Belfast. I'm also an awardee of MORA Scholarship from Ministry of Religious Affairs, Indonesia. I would like to congratulate everyone involved in International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 20 and 21. I believe that this conference will be beneficial and act as a catalyst to the current education trends. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmad Madkur. I am one of the alumni of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teachers Training, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Now, I am a PhD student at Deakin University, Melbourne, Australia. In this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation and say congratulations for everyone, especially the committees, all speakers, all presenters and participants who take part in this such wonderful conference, the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society. I do believe that this conference will bring great contribution to the shifting education landscape during this pandemic. Thank you.
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students, because it's a new situation. But finally, I found many students, yeah, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, yeah, meet by Zooming. Yeah, I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga, apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan gitu ya, maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like There's a meme about how teachers are basically like, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and then 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's basically Dora the Explorer, but yeah. Again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students, because it's a new situation. But finally, I found many students, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, meet by Zooming. Yeah, I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's basically Dora the Explorer, but yeah. Again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students, because it's a new situation. But finally, I found many students, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, meet by Zooming. Yeah, I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga, apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan gitu ya, maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer, and then 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh, ini gimana ya? Gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer. But yeah, again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
Personally, online learning is not as effective as I expected, because I teach in Islamic boarding school. That means the students stay with us along the day. They have a formal class in the morning, and then they have an extra class in the afternoon, and then they go back to dormitory, and they also have other programs at night. So when we did online learning, we lost much time with the students.
I felt that no meaningful assessment of children learning was good or possible during these online classes, because sometimes there were students on the Zoom with their parents, and it's taking too long to answer the questions, and the parents would answer and help for them. My reactions are mixed. Like on one hand, it is working. Teachers all over the world are learning new skills to share with each other and their students, but on the other hand, what is it we need to like face to face, because there's something that we cannot give if we learn with online environment like that.
Online learning ini menurut saya memang sesuatu yang baru, karena saya tidak pernah membayangkan akan ada pada suasana kayak gini gitu. Dan menurut saya ini pengalaman baru yang luar biasa gitu ya. Jadi kita dituntut untuk bisa tahu, menggunakan, dan akhirnya terbiasa menggunakan teknologi.
Online learning has advantages and also disadvantages, but related to advantage, the students and the teachers can take the benefit of using technology. For the teachers, for example, they can use more creative teaching medias and also find many teaching sources from the internet. And then for the students, they can learn how to use the internet wisely and also creatively. Maybe before, the students and the teachers only know the use of social media, how to communicate each other, how to interact with someone out there. But based on this situation, force them, that both the teachers and the students, to use technology wisely and creatively, so it will suitable with the needs of online learning itself.
The biggest advantage of learning online is, in my point of view, online classes. The advantage is we don't need to leave home to study. We can sit in one place that make yourself comfortable. We need also to improve our communication skills, because virtually it more like e-board, more than face to face.
Kelebihan pembelajaran online atau online learning menurut saya memang banyak ya. Di antaranya itu penggunaan atau keterampilan menggunakan IT, terutama bagi saya sebagai guru. saya lebih kreatif, inovatif, kemudian juga bisa memecahkan kalau misalnya materi seperti ini kira-kira pakai apa gitu, sehingga materinya tetap sampai, anak tetap happy, kita sendiri juga merasa sudah mencoba yang terbaik gitu dengan menggunakan beberapa aplikasi pembelajaran gitu. Dan itu pengalaman yang luar biasa berharga buat saya. Gitu.
The biggest challenge is, of course, the unstable signal. I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't attend your class because my signal, my Wi-Fi, and so on. We face a lot of passive students. Passive students only sit down, looking at the screen without doing anything. If I ask them if there any question, they only deep break. Whether in their mind they understand what I'm talking about or not. So we need to staying connected with students.
Pertama, pembelajarannya meskipun seefektif mungkin tetap lebih efektif pakai pembelajaran offline menurut saya. Terus yang kedua, tidak semua anak punya perangkat teknologi gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga, kalau biasanya kerja dari jam 7 sampai jam 2:30 pulang gitu. Jadi kalau sekarang bisa sampai malam gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga menurut saya, penanaman nilai-nilai dan karakter itu tidak ditemukan ketika kita pembelajarannya daring.
Challenge. The one thing that I feel is it is difficult how to find the best strategy and also learning method to control the students' focus. So we have to guarantee that they join the class, they do the task, they do the assignment. So they do online learning not only for knowledge transfer but also transferring moral value. Personally, online learning is not as effective as I expected because I teach in Islamic boarding school. That means the students stay with us along the day. They have a formal class in the morning and then they have an extra class in the afternoon, and then they go back to dormitory and they also have other programs at night. So when we did online learning, we lost much time with the students.
I felt that no meaningful assessment of children learning was good or possible during these online classes because sometimes there were students on the Zoom with their parents, and it's taking too long to answer the questions, and the parents would answer and help for them. My reactions are mixed. Like on the one hand, it is working. Teachers all over the world are learning new skills to share with each other and their students, but on the other hand, what is it we need to face to face, because there's something that we cannot give if we learn with online environment like that.
Online learning ini menurut saya memang sesuatu yang baru karena saya tidak pernah membayangkan akan ada pada suasana kayak gini gitu. Dan menurut saya ini pengalaman baru yang luar biasa gitu ya. Jadi kita dituntut untuk bisa tahu, menggunakan, dan akhirnya terbiasa menggunakan teknologi.
Online learning has advantages and also disadvantages, but related to advantage, the students and the teachers can take the benefit of using technology. For the teachers, for example, they can use more creative teaching medias and also find many teaching sources from the internet. And then for the students, they can learn how to use the internet wisely and also creatively. Maybe before, the students and the teachers only know the use of social media, how to communicate with each other, how to interact with someone out there. But based on this situation, force them, that both the teachers and the students, to use technology wisely and creatively, so it will suitable with the needs of online learning itself.
The biggest advantage of learning online is, in my point of view, online classes The advantage is we don't need to leave home to study. We can sit in one place that make yourself comfortable. We need also to improve our communication skills because virtually it more like e-board, more than face to face. It's
Kelebihan pembelajaran online atau online learning menurut saya memang banyak ya. Di antaranya itu penggunaan atau keterampilan menggunakan IT, terutama bagi saya sebagai guru. Saya lebih kreatif, inovatif, kemudian juga bisa memecahkan kalau misalnya materi seperti ini kira-kira pakai apa gitu. Sehingga materinya tetap sampai, anak tetap happy, kita sendiri juga merasa sudah mencoba yang terbaik gitu dengan menggunakan beberapa aplikasi pembelajaran gitu. Dan itu pengalaman yang luar biasa berharga buat saya. Gitu.
The biggest challenge is, of course, the unstable signal. I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't attend your class because my signal, my Wi-Fi, and so on. We face a lot of passive students. Passive students only sit down, looking at the screen without doing anything. If I ask them if there any question, they only deep break. Whether in their mind they understand what I'm talking about or not. So we need to staying connected with students.
Pertama, pembelajarannya meskipun seefektif mungkin tetap lebih efektif pakai pembelajaran offline menurut saya. Terus yang kedua, tidak semua anak punya perangkat teknologi gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga, kalau biasanya kerja dari jam 7 sampai jam 2:30 pulang gitu. Jadi kalau sekarang bisa sampai malam gitu. Kemudian yang ketiga menurut saya, penanaman nilai-nilai dan karakter itu tidak ditemukan ketika kita pembelajarannya daring.
Challenge. The one thing that I feel is it is difficult how to find the best strategy and also learning method to control the students' focus. So we have to guarantee that they join the class, they do the task, they do the assignment. So they do online learning not only for knowledge transfer but also transferring moral value. Personally, online learning is not as effective as I expected because I teach in Islamic boarding school. That means the students stay with us along the day. They have a formal class in the morning and then they have an extra class in the afternoon and then they go back to their dormitory and they also have other programs at night. So when we did online learning, we lost much time with the students.
I felt that no meaningful assessment of children learning was good or possible during these online classes because sometimes there were students on the Zoom with their parents. And it's taking too long to answer the questions and the parents would answer and help for them. My reactions are mixed. Like on one hand, it is working. Teachers all over the world are learning new skills to share with each other and their students. But on the other hand, what is it we need to face to face? Because there's something that we cannot give if we learn with online environment like that.
Online
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students because it's a new situation. But finally, I found many students, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, meet by Zooming. I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and then 10 seconds later like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer. But yeah, again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
I think this condition is, for the first, maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students, because it's a new situations. But finally, I found many students, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, meet by Zooming. Yeah, I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and then 10 seconds later like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer. But yeah, again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
I think this condition is for the first maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students because it's a new situations. But finally, I found many students, yeah, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, yeah, meet by zooming, yeah. I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer, but yeah. Again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like, ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
I think this condition is for the first maybe comfort, yes, for the teachers and then for the students because it's a new situations. But finally, I found many students, yeah, they feel bored. Yes, they feel bored because they just stay at home and then they cannot meet directly, yes, face to face with their teachers. Only something like us, yeah, meet by zooming, yeah. I think it's not good for them and also that for the teacher, I think.
Oke, kalau untuk kelebihannya memang anak-anak dipacu untuk belajar secara mandiri. Kita dari sisi dosen, biasanya kita juga membentuk pembelajaran video-video ataupun peraga-peraga. Apakah itu yang langsung kita lakukan, gitu ya? Maksudnya saya lakukan, atau memang kita bisa menyadu di satu platform yang memang benar-benar mewakilkan apa yang kita sampaikan secara teori. Nah, kelebihannya adalah anak-anak itu bisa belajar kapan aja. Mereka bisa membuka videonya pagi, siang, ataupun malam gitu ya. Jadi kebebasan belajar itu yang sangat saya rasakan ketika mereka belajar.
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this previously, like getting involvement from students, because like I said, like there's a meme about how teachers are basically like, you know, the show Dora the Explorer, like when Dora would ask questions and then no one would answer it, and 10 seconds later, like the teacher would answer it herself or himself. So yeah, it's just like, oh ini gimana ya, gitu. Terus nggak ada yang jawab, and then I would just answer it myself. It's like, it's basically Dora the Explorer. But yeah, again, of course, I cannot force them to like turn on their cam and like be involved. Like ya udah gitu. Like they have their own like challenges. So there's no way I can force them, especially during these trying times. And I know it's difficult for them too. So yeah, I'll just have to get on with it. And yeah, if I can get more involvement, that would be better. That's why I miss classroom teaching so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Society 2021. The next session is the first plenary session, which will be chaired and moderated by Dr. Nida Husna, MPD MA. Her profile is as follows. To Bu Nida Husna, the floor is yours.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, all right, wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. All right, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our audience for ICEMS 2021. May I have your attention, please? The session is about to begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable speakers, invited guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my beloved students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. First, let's praise our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and blessings so that we can gather to study together in good health at this extraordinary opportunity. May what we strive for today be of benefit and reward for all of us. Salawat and greetings we convey to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May we be part of the people who get his intercession later and we can gather together in Jannah. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Dear honorable guests, distinguished speakers and audience, I would like to welcome you all to this wonderful occasion, ICEMS 2021, and we are going to have the first plenary session in a very moment. All right. Now, allow me to introduce myself. As you've seen in the video just now, my name is Nida Husna, and I will be serving as your moderator today. Today, we are going to listen and watch three wonderful people in their presentation, which I believe that we will learn a lot from them. So please pay attention to their speech and presentation. Each presenter will have about 30 minutes to present their topics. Should you have any question, comment, or concern about it, please write it in the chat forum. And don't forget to write your name and institution. The presenters will give their response in question and answer session after all the speakers done with their presentations. Even though it's conducted online, you still can give applause using that emoticon, you can give love too. Now, let's get to know our presenter today's. So we will watch the biodata videos then. Committee, please. All right, that's amazing. Okay, then without further ado, let's pay attention to our first speaker, Professor Simon Bedford, whose topic is the evolution of higher education at the technological nexus of teachers, students, employers, and society. Professor Bedford, the time is yours.
Hello, thank you, and welcome everyone. Someone needs to give me screen sharing if I'm going to make my presentation.
Oh, committee, can you do any help? So?
Still waiting.
Still waiting. All right.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Got it? All right. Wonderful.
Okay. Can everyone see that?
Okay. We can see it. I can see it.
Okay, I'm going to make the assumption that if you can see it, everyone can see it. Okay, let's start. I've got a video to show after that, so hopefully that will work. I've got to make certain I share sound. If you can't hear anything, please shout out. Thank you.
Welcome, it's a pleasure to be here. In today's presentation, I'm going to give you some background into what higher education looked like pre-pandemic in Australia, some of the learnings coming from the last 18 months, and then where we see our future direction heading. So we believe the future of higher education depends on the ability of all to engage, access, and participate in learning through technology. This requires learning and creating knowledge formed through the contributions of teachers, students, and employers to give authenticity to that learning, moving students from being novice to professional through understanding their role in the future of work and society. This needs close partnerships, but also a way to bring these partners together, which we call partnership pedagogy. If the ability to access and use technology is going to underpin higher education, we need to reflect on the learnings of how the pandemic has accelerated that change and how our staff and students have responded, including questions around their access to technology and ability to use it effectively, something akin to a set of digital standards. Somewhere like Western Sydney, that is a contemporary, safe and wealthy, diverse community, where has teaching and learning landed and where is it set to go now? Higher ed in Australia consists of some 43 universities with private providers on top of that. These are spread around the various states and territories, and we are based over 11 campuses in and around Western Sydney. Australia's second largest city. You can see us marked in the map if you're not sure where we are. Australian universities are publicly funded and therefore accountable to government, needing to demonstrate their value add to society and relevance to work. We are closely monitored by government through TEQSA. That's the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency. Our course offerings are all standardised through the AQF. That's the Australian Qualifications Framework, from certificates to the doctoral degrees. If you look at the wheel, you can see how senior secondary certificates of education and schools feed into that profile. The wheel, though, doesn't yet have micro-credentials or short courses on it. Government funding of universities is complex and has suffered significant cuts in recent years and reallocation of funding. Pre-pandemic, there was an increasing internationalisation of Australian degrees as a really key export and worth something of the order of 40 billion Australian dollars in 2019. That makes it Australia's fourth biggest export after iron ore, coal and gas. The pandemic has, of course, altered a lot of this. Post-pandemic, the Job Ready Graduate, or JRG reforms, have removed funding from universities and given it back in the form of funding packages. One of those is called National Priorities and Industry Linkage Fund, or NPIL for short. The JRG was worth some $18 billion in 2020, and it's set to rise to $20 billion in 2024, creating up to 30,000 new university places for students and 50,000 new short places for students in 2021. It is hoped to deliver more job-ready graduates in the disciplines and regions where they are needed most and help drive the nation's economic recovery. which is likely to focus on STEM skills, STEM graduates, work-integrated learning, and co-designed with industry courses. These are performance-based funding packages, so post-2024, the more successful you are as an institution in meeting their targets, the more funding you will receive. So, with that in mind, let's now look at my institution before the pandemic hit. Western Sydney is a dynamic, expanding community. 50 kilometres west of the CBD, it's the biggest growth area in Australia, with a new airport, and with that comes an Aerotropolis business park and a multiversity, which is a consortium of universities in New South Wales. Over the next 20 years or so, Western Sydney's population is expected to grow by 1 million, more than half of Sydney's overall expected population growth. So it's a good place for a university to be. The university's campuses are a network of vertical campuses, and you see our new Bankstown building there on our strategic plan, and more traditional horizontal campuses spread across Western Sydney. We are striving for efficient utilisation of space to sustainably provide for the communities we serve. We are now in the Times Higher Education top 34 young universities, top 300 in the world, top 17 for the Sustainable Development Goals, and sustainability is our principal value. Within sustaining success, our strategic plan. So it underpins most of what we do, but also reflected in the developments in the region with our decadal strategies. For example, Western growth, new buildings, new campuses, and flight path, taking advantage of the new airport. We have 50,000 students, roughly 7,000 postgrads, and a diverse student body. To give you an example of that, 70% of our students are first in family to attend a university. Before COVID, teaching and learning had moved away from delivery just on our physical campuses to blended learning. But that's commonplace in Australia. And many students do not attend lectures in person, but watch lecture recordings. However, much more blended now was moving towards flipped learning. That's where content, lectures, if you like, were now in engaging online modules. And engagement activities such as tutorials and workshops were on campus. So it makes the very most of the kind of expensive and limited face-to-face time you have with your students. During the pandemic, we moved all our courses to online delivery. Some tradition better than others, and in the main, it was those that had already moved from blended to flip that did best. But also certain disciplines did struggle more than others. STEM was a good example, as practicals had no easy online alternatives. Some of our most successful transitions were with examinations, taking what was 100% campus-based exams to 100% online. We used spare staff capacity to do this. So as there were no graduations on campus, we retrained those staff, creating an examination team to build online exams. This required a lot of digital uplift, in particular professional development staff in TEL, or Technology Enhanced Learning. Just in the 12 weeks of autumn session, there were some 14,500 professional development engagements with staff. In the start, professional development demands were on content delivery and content engagement, and then on learning analytics to see how the students were performing. And finally, a shift towards less general help and more specific disciplinary support. So, for example, for STEM, it was scientific or mathematical notation online. Feedback from professional learning indicated the need to take into account the variable digital literacy of our staff. In response to their feedback, workshop design was changed and levelled as being for the novice, the intermediate, or the advanced operator. And some staff capability was built through participation in peer observation initiatives, a kind of train-the-trainer model. So that scaled well. Where things did not go so well was with the students, a lot of which use our campuses to access their learning. And our international students found themselves not only remote from our campuses, but in different time zones, not well accommodated to synchronous delivery. Digital poverty was another issue. Some students did not have computers of their own or shared with other relatives. We did put in place a loan scheme. The most popular was cameras for Zoom. But also, many did not have space at home to study, and personal identity was an issue, leading to Zoom cameras off and lack of engagement. So we used study halls, work health and safety controlled spaces with technology for free. Digital literacy was another issue, some students not having the skills or the capabilities yet to learn well online. This included how to collaborate and work together online. Working with others, which was one of the questions in our student feedback survey, took the biggest decline during the pandemic. In 2021, we moved into digital transformation, or DX, and curriculum transformation. DX is all about removing the unevenness of online learning, but creating a set of digital learning threshold standards, or DLTs. So increasing the number of standards and raising them progressively brings us up to a kind of consistent standard where online quality learning is assured. So what are these DLTs? We have all heard the mantra pedagogy before technology, so digital pedagogy was probably our first one. We have to think what technology we need to fit the way we want to educate our students and not the other way around. We have developed flipped pedagogy that the pandemic accelerated by last year, and more schools are moving towards this. Content goes online and you make the most of face-to-face by engaging them in learning. We have adopted a high flex delivery approach, so students can choose to attend face-to-face or online in real time or online asynchronously later on. And this suits, for example, international students or those that work or have family commitments. We have invested in technology in the form of ZEETs, and that's Zoom-enabled teaching spaces. This allows dual mode delivery. Once you have a pedagogy, you need learning technology to support it. So another threshold standard is learning technology. We have a governance group in place to review current and upcoming learning technology. Our suite of technologies need to be fit for purpose and used to support learning, teaching, and assessment. We know our approach does not always work for all disciplines. We saw that during the pandemic, when STEM needed different tools to that of text-based disciplines like business. We have to make online as engaging as face-to-face, so our new H5P platform would deliver interactive content engagement that can be accessed anywhere, anytime, regardless of time zone. I mentioned the big uplift of capabilities, so digital capability is another threshold standard. Our staff need the capabilities to deliver all of this. Last year, we saw unprecedented demand from our staff for a range of professional learning activities to upskill and reskill them. But we need to be aware of the digital divide. Academic staff or full-time academic staff with contracts have a lot of access to technology. But there is a gap with access to the same by our casual staff. And then there is the digital divide, digital poverty, and digital literacy of our students. We often hear about students as digital natives. Our students are consumers of technology, but they don't always possess the skills to be creators. So through our Learn to Learn program, we upskill our students with digital skills to learn successfully in flipped online pedagogy, which it really requires self-regulated learners and a different set of skills. Learning analytics, if we're going to raise standards and measure the impact of digital transformation, we need learning analytics data to evaluate it. Academic dashboards have been created that help shape quality improvements, but we also need student-facing ones so they can become, self-evaluators of their own learning. Artificial intelligence works by finding patterns in large amounts of data using machine learning, And it opens up the possibility of developing online learning environments that can be augmented by powerful, personalized digital assistants to help students kind of navigate through learning materials and activities. It is technology that importantly complements rather than competes with the human practices of their teachers. And other DLTs are digital content, especially the growing area of OERs, open educational resources, digital assessment, especially where marking and grading and feedback are important. That brings me nicely on to curriculum transformation, or CT. We have our transformation project called 21C. This introduced a new set of principles and built a new policy to design and approve curriculum. This came into effect just last year, and the central driver is something we call partnership pedagogy. This means all curriculum is co-created with partners. And when I say partners, I'm talking students, employers, community, and to give it transdisciplinarity, more than one school or discipline area, typically 3 or 4. Thus, curriculum is co-designed, co-developed, co-delivered, co-assessed, or co-credentialed. It's built around some global challenges, future thinkers, global citizens, innovative entrepreneurs, and sustainability advocates. And the architecture of the degrees is common, and that's key. It allows curriculum to be moved and hence unbundled and rebundled into new offerings, and allows the students to build up their own degree in the flexible space. You can see on the screen what that actually means. We have created a lot of curriculum in a very short period of time. So you can see the 10 new minors up there: Advancing Humankind, Urban Evolution, Water for Life, etc. And we've included new types of curriculum, and we call these curiosity pods. They kind of interconnect courses and offer kind of bite-sized learning for our students. And all this took a really big team and a lot of work to create this with our partners. And you can see there, we had curriculum champions, curriculum fellows, student partners, industry partners, and of course, maker spaces to bring all these partners together. So what comes next? Well, we've already started this. We need an ecosystem where staff, students, and our partners are underpinned by technology. This really is what I refer to in my talk title as the nexus. And for us, that will be our Centre of Excellence Teaching and Learning, or KETTLE. In this case, it takes the Aboriginal name Badagulang, meaning watering hole and meeting place, so very apt. The new centre will provide the leadership of a series of initiatives designed to develop a confident, critical and empowered workforce with our students, employers, community and teachers that have the capabilities and motivation to design and deliver engaging, contemporary, high-flex curricula. You can see our kind of roadmap is to move from what we have now established in 2021, what we now refer to as kind of business as usual work post-pandemic, towards more innovation in 2024, still underpinned by our key values and guided by our principles. And those are sustainability, equity, transformation, and connectedness. We will develop a fit-for-purpose academic workforce and establish a resilient and technology-supported teaching culture to nurture innovation. We will build on our genuine partnerships with our community of staff, students and employers to deliver a distinctive institutional nexus for co-creation and a reputation for excellence in educational collaboration and engagement. Learning for all, teachers, students and employers, and as you can see on my slide, kind of diffusing into work and society, not reliant on formal traditional interactions with higher education, the boundaries of higher education society being more blurred, but most importantly, broader and more accessible. So it's a two-way interaction. And the technology underlying these interactions is used to create, apply, and advocate, shape, and influence our future together. Thank you.
Okay, I just have one video to show to demonstrate some, hopefully this works, some of those technologies, and that's only a minute long, so hopefully this will work. Doesn't always work. We'll see, here we go. So this is just a video, as I say, of some of that co-creation with our students, with their industry partners, with our staff, and of course with our Indigenous community as well.
Save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension. But no, by all means, go ahead, skip the ad, save a few seconds.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, reports, write-ups, but sometimes...
Okay, sorry. That went on a bit longer than I thought. Okay, that's everything. I have finished. Questions, if you have them.
All right. That's very wonderful presentation, Professor. Okay. Right. It seems that the same problems that related to online learning process happen all over the world, even in Australia, yeah? Okay, but that's a very insightful explanation to understand as well as to overcome the challenges during this critical moment. Wonderful, Prof. All right. Again, I would like to remind you, should you have any question, comment, or concern about the presentation just now, please write in the chat forum and don't forget to write your name and institution. Okay, now let's welcome to our second invited speaker, Dr. Ali Adan. Dr. Adan's topic is Effect of COVID-19 on Islamic Universities in East Africa, Lesson Learned. Okay, we just learned from Australia, now we are going to learn about the university in East Africa. That's very interesting. So please, Dr. Adan, the time is yours. Dr. Adan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My sister hosted my audible.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please, may I request for screen sharing permission? Thank you.
Okay, committee, please help.
Okay, thank you. The screen is still disabled. I can't share. I hope I will be facilitated. Thank you. As the screen sharing is being supported, my sister and the respected audience and professors and distinguished guests, first and foremost, let me greet you with the best of Islamic salam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And please, I am still disabled. I cannot share the screen. So I hope I'll be assisted. Then I wanted to make one quick remarks. First, I want to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our creator, our sustainer, who has enabled us to enjoy the best in this world. Then I want to take this opportunity to really thank these conference organizers for giving me opportunity to share a little of my thoughts in this international conference on education in Muslim society. So I want to reference this lecture when what my professor has just shared with the first verse that was ever revealed to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the Quranic chapter 96, verse 1 to 5, which has communicated to importance of man on earth, and then for man to be successful, how God Almighty has enabled him or blessed him with the knowledge, and for man to be able to take advantage of learning, God Almighty has facilitated the availability, harnessing of technology in these 1 to 5 verses. Welcome on board, my brothers and sisters, to this small brief. I have organized my lecture into the following way. I'll give a short introduction, a short background, arrival of COVID, reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic, effects of pandemic, and a bit of innovative approaches and lessons that we have learned. As you are aware, when COVID arrived, it came as a big shock and it devastated many institutions, economies, and government functions, not only in Africa, but in the global world. And this pandemic has caused death, illness, and lockdowns. It has forced many businesses, culture, and health to stop serving society. It sent many shocking waves and disturbances that affected population in Africa and its institutions. And knowing that Africa is already suffering in poverty, in corruption, in poor governance, what we call underdevelopment in institutions. And this phenomenon increased vulnerability and social risk, making the African communities and institutions to become weaker and weaker, with increasing their inability to serve the society so that they can respond to COVID-19. As you are aware, COVID-19 arrived in Kenya on 23rd March, and university, and this one came as a big shock to everyone. It sent a thunder to the public and private sectors. Nobody knows what to do. And now coming to this ecosystems of a university, we know university is a place where students live and study in close proximity to each other, with the boozing culture hubs where students are brought together from many corners of the 47 counties or 47 states in Kenya. Some of our students come from neighboring countries as far as US, Europe, and Middle East, for example. And this unique system have become significant because it has a potential to spread the coronavirus within the university. So this created uncertainty whereby the higher education system did not know what to do. So as a result, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, gave a directive to close down all businesses, all institutions, except essential areas. And the only services that is allowed are the manufacturing industries, the security, and the healthcare sectors. Those are the three sectors that are saved, but the rest of the country functions was shut down. So here, as a result of the presidential directive, universities, officials have been forced to cancel classes and close the doors to campuses across the country in response to growing coronavirus outbreak. And As a result, the universities were closed. Students were forced to return home while others got stranded in the cities and towns. And it was hard to foresee whether the novel coronavirus will result in long-term disruption to the higher education system. For example, my own university, we closed when it was only 2 days to exam. And that actually created a lot of confusion for both the faculty members, students, and parents. And remember, since exam is a qualifying students for the next level of learning, now the parents who have paid fees are also faced with another level of dilemma. So universities were completely unprepared for such an eventualities, and financial difficulties started setting in extremely fast. So with the government came with the lockdown of cities, towns, and effected curfew settlements, created quarantine centers for those who move from one place to another. And remember, some members of our staff were already diagnosed with coronavirus. And this Islamic University, being very young in the country and with what we can call inadequate infrastructure, both for learning, for digital education and the rest, were most affected both financially and educationally. Remember, they are not funded by government. Therefore, the culture, the practice, and experience of virtual learning was nearly non-existent. Further, while we are in that scenario, sorry, my screen is stuck. I don't know if I am alone on my own. Am I being heard?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why my screen is not moving. Let me just escape and I come back again, okay? Thank you. I'm coming back again. Thank you. Now, the key questions that everyone was asking is, the question remains, how long will this last? If the restriction remain in place, what are unforeseen challenges, or what is the future of education? And the other question that people were grappling with is, how should universities in Kenya and in the world over adjust their learning style to retain the program enrollment and provide accessibility to students? So in order to respond to this question, this is what the Islamic universities encountered, where one, the resultant outcome was a big shock. There were no students, suspension of learning, no financial inflows from the tuition, and some of them were donor dependent, so drying up of the donor pipes, exam suspensions, prolonged learning duration, and then suspensions of research and the rest. All the community engagements were suspended in line with the government directives. So Islamic universities became one of the most vulnerable due to the natural weaknesses associated with inadequate planning, strategies, and lack of focus on future. This crisis exposed the Islamic university to a myriad of challenges. Islamic universities are usually sponsored by Islamic countries from the Middle East, which also encountered difficulties in poor petroleum marketing. So these institutions, being very few years old in Eastern Africa, are not well developed in terms of ICT infrastructure, qualified ICT experts, and also they lack experience since their global, what we can call capacity exchange, or their level of partnership and collaboration remains extremely weak. So some of these Islamic universities are found in Mozambique, Burundi, South Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Somalia. So COVID-19 is a high risk, as we know, for example, since most of the professors are elderly people who are manning the university, both administration and faculty members, and they will no longer get opportunity to sit and dialogue and to find solutions. That gap of absence created another challenge for Islamic universities. This again is stuck, I don't know. I don't know. So my laptop keeps hanging, and yes, thank you. Now, what followed then is For example, there is a research that has been done by African universities, the Africa Association of African Universities, which did a global impact survey of COVID-19 in Africa. And the result indicated that universities closure in Africa in response to the pandemic were very effective. 77% of African universities closed compared to 55% in Europe, Asia, and Americas. However, the percentage of higher education institutions where teaching was entirely cancelled remained low in all other regions except in Africa, which had a high percentage of 24%. So over 40% of institutions in Africa were still developing alternative solutions so that the face-to-face learning can be replaced with digital learning or a mix, a bit of face-to-face and a bit of digital. So up to date, this problem is still there, and I don't know of any Islamic universities in region in Africa which has fully gone digital. So based on this study, 88% of the surveyed students say that their universities have discontinued in-person classes because of COVID-19, and that is an extra burden to both students and also to the parents. Therefore, allow me to say that existing Islamic universities in East Africa and in Kenya in particular were not exception, and their reactions were, now for them to remain in a higher education ecosystem, some resorted to the following, and this is a very good example because Ummah University resorted to this strategy. One, they reduced the staff salaries by 50% for the first 2020, and then they did redundancy, institutional restructuring, and rationalization. They adopted a very austerity measures so that the cost can only be allowed for essential areas that will make the university functional.
Berarti relaksasinya berhasil.
Sorry, my screen is
Berarti pindah alam itu.
Remember, Islamic University is also as one of the institutions compared to the government-funded institutions. Government-funded institutions have very good infrastructure. They have been there for 50, 30 years, and therefore compared to Islamic University, which are less than 10 years or 5 years old, they were struggling in a more difficult way than the government-financed institutions. So many Muslim students from rural areas, although we tried our best to resort to the online learning through e-learning platforms, which are not well matured or well developed, still that one could not address the challenge facing the Muslim student, for example. The Muslim students who are from the rural areas, which are from poor families, experience poor internet connectivity, which was also very expensive for them. So that means they were left behind compared to those students who are from big cities or big metropolitans like Nairobi, Mombasa, and Nakuru. So this limited the number of students who got opportunity to pursue learning online. So the ICT department also this being the first challenge to them, they were overwhelmed by more demands because there is more training required for students, there is more training required for the faculty members, there is more training required for institutional managers, so that all the meetings, the Senate meeting, the University Board of Management meeting, the council meeting, the BOT meeting also need to go online. So there is a lot of training that is required, and then maintaining the standard of the ICT infrastructure, all this became what is called an additional burden on ICT department of the Islamic University. So also adopted digital platform cannot also serve large numbers of students at one time because our systems were just a very simple or humble one. Next, my screen is hanging, subhanallah, ya Rab. Just let me skip and then I come back again. Okay, so now what we resorted to is, as a result of these difficulties, Islamic universities innovated staff student training on digital platforms. And of course, we were forced to invest in ICT infrastructure. We were forced to move a lot of university functions online, and including the programs, and all these were extremely challenging, as I have already said. However, Still, none of these institutions were able to set up online repositories so that for educational materials and a unit to support both student and teacher facilitated learning. So as we speak, for example, we don't have even 30% or 50% of our online learning supported by material easily available online. And I think the inspiration by a professor from Western Sydney University, I will be looking at you so that you will be able to inspire us more. So although COVID has increased demand for online education, the Islamic universities are yet to meet such expectation due to digital technology limitations. So what are the lessons learned? For example, there is a need to have a paradigm shift where we need to see COVID pandemic as an opportunity for Islamic university to embrace transformation so that the academics, the culture of excellence academically and in higher education administration can be facilitated technologically. So that is, I see, an opportunity where they can invest, which will also have opportunity to increase the number of students enrolling in learning programs, and that has. So when you have got increased enrollment, of course, that translates into financial sustainability, and there is opportunity, for example, for North-South collaborations and South-South collaborations. And for example, we were able to attend a number of trainings among many networks from Southern Africa and Eastern Africa region through many existing networks, for example. So this partnership and collaboration is now more enhanced compared to before COVID. And I wanted to conclude this particular experience sharing by saying the following. One, the study, what I realize is there is a need to recommend investing in proper digital technologies. There are a number of technologies, digital technologies that are available, and they still, because it is designed by different experts from different countries with a different cultural background. So I think there is a need for Muslim universities to explore a sustainable digital technologies which will be able to eliminate inaccessibility and inequality for learning, for example. Further, there is need to empower Islamic university students to use so that they are exposed to hand-on use of digital technologies to maintain their level of competency in learning. And this will be able to eliminate inequalities in learning, to be able to remove incompetencies and the rest. So another critical recommendation intervention proposed is there is need for accelerations of the digitization of the curricula and also establish e-repository materials so that a real culture of online learning and training is achieved in the Islamic universities. And this also, for example, since both the lecturers and students have embraced the technology nearly at the same time, and the faculty members need to be ahead of the student all the time, there is a need to prioritize strengthening of the teacher's capability in techno-pedagogy. And this will create more access to quality higher education, but such development calls for proper investment in digital infrastructure to enable education in emergencies, particularly in Islamic universities. So my last slide, Chair, is the problem is my internet is not so nice, but let me just proceed. Because it's hanging, I'm sorry for this, but I'm only left with one more slide. Am I being heard? Hello? Hello?
Yes, clear and sound.
Yes. Thank you, thank you. I'm left with only one slide, but my laptop is really misbehaving badly and it's not moving. But what I wanted to say is, sorry. Sorry, just give me one moment before I could. Wow, what can I do, Madam Chair? Oh, that's accepted, so please, thank you. So I want to say that Islamic universities will undertake simple measures to prevent the spread of diseases on their campuses now that the government restriction has been lifted, and that is a priority. And these are just health protocols which is in line with World Health Organizations. I want to take this opportunity to thank my new Vice Chancellor for giving me permission to participate in this 7th International Conference on Education in Muslim Societies. I want to thank organizers. I want to thank conference participants. In particular, I want to thank Professor Maila, who has been a very strong motivator for encouraging me to be part of this scholarly platform. And I also thank those who are supporting the digital platform of the conference. And may God Almighty bless all of us, and may God Almighty make this conference the most successful one, so that the knowledge originating from this particular forum will be able to strengthen human solidarity and help us, give us the morale, the knowledge to overcome the pandemic that is really today eating into our society. And God bless you all, and thank you so much.
Wow, subhanallah. Thank you, Dr. Adan, for your enlightening speech about what happened in Kenya, especially in Islamic universities. So it seems that this pandemic hit Africa pretty hard and add more challenge in many aspects of life, yeah. All right, more or less the same things happen in other parts of the world. Hopefully we can keep moving on while fighting to win this global battle against COVID-19. Okay, dear audience, again, I would like to remind you, should you have any question, comment, or concern and about the presentation just now, please write it on the chat forum. Don't forget to write your name and institution. Okay, now the last but not least, our young, promising, intelligent scholar, Bapak Didin Nuruddin Hidayat, PhD, who, although still young, at least younger than I am, has already had many achievements. I believe this achievement will continue to grow in number and in quality. For this first plenary session, he will deliver his presentation with the topic, Embracing the Global Landscape, Revisiting the Role of Educators. Okay, the time is yours, Pak Didin.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nida, for your generosity in welcoming me to the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, first of all, praise and blessing to Allah for giving us such a great opportunity, to be participating at this international conference. Yeah, we are so grateful that until now that we are still safe and sound, and that is one of the most generous, one of the most generous blessings that God or Allah has given to us. My warmest regards to the professors here, Professor Simon Bedford from Western Sydney University. I also work for the Ministry of Religious Affairs, coordinating the overseas scholarship programs. So the ministry and also Western Sydney University has a very long standing of relationship since 2015. And at the moment, we have around 35 PhD students studying at Western Sydney University. So we are looking forward to contributing and then extending the partnership even more. And then also to the respected Dr. Ali Adan from University, Kenya. Yeah, it's really nice to know you. And I think we have just started the collaboration with the Center of Excellence, Faculty of Educational Sciences, State Islamic University for, I think, as of this year. And we are looking forward to extending that collaboration in the future with your university. And of course, all the conference committee. I would like to deliver a topic.
Oh, I think he's out for a moment. Maybe something with the signal. We just wait.
Is it okay now?
You are not here yet. I'm
I
in
am
the
here.
screen. I'm in the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me check. Uh, okay, that was okay. Since the first time I joined this session, let me do the screen share again. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. My topic, yeah, I try to coincide this topic with the theme of the conference, which is embracing the new normal, changing roles of students, teachers, and technology in the shifting education landscape. So I would like to take this opportunity to focus more on the roles of the teachers, but I use the word educators here. So more or less, this is interchangeable with the word teachers. And my presentation outline, I will talk first about the global landscape and then the Indonesia projection and outlook. And then on the next part, I will talk about the education challenges, but also the opportunities. And then I will talk about the roles of educator in the education ecosystem at the macro level, and then also how we as educators can improve our competencies and then also the attributes at the micro level. Uh, Let me start with the global landscape. As we all know that this is the world's mega trend in 2045, where we can see that in 2045, roughly, the citizens of the world will comprise of around 9.6 billion people. At the moment, it's around 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, 7.5 billion people all over the world. Now, later on in 2045, there will be another 2 billion people living on this earth. And this leads to the world megatrend. One of the things that is really important is the role of the emerging economies, where some of the developing country will worth around 75% of the total world output. And then also these are all some of the changes that will happen in the next 2045. It looks to be still quite long, but if we see later on the next slide, so this 2045 is really approaching. So if we have a look also with the Sustainable Development Goals, yeah, all the United Nations members in 2015 has shared a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. So there are 17 agenda that needs to be the priority. And one of them, as we can see, is in terms of providing quality education. Yeah, while these, even though this looks like a separate thing, well, actually they are all interrelated. For example, how quality education can also be a solution for eliminating the hunger in the world. And then also how quality education can also lead to contribute to the minimization of the poverty, and then also some other things. So this is what the world is heading to. Yeah, one of the top priorities, as stated in the Sustainable Development Goals, is in terms of providing the quality education. Now, however, there are some notable challenges in terms of the human resources development. If we can see at the moment, yeah, later on, sooner or later, 84% job title at the world will be replaced by advanced machine. Yeah, so this leads to a question how we as human, yeah, can be still, yeah, a lot more smart, yeah, or a lot smarter than the machine. Yeah, if we can have a look here, also there will be 50% of jobs in the world will use automation. Now the evidence is already happening at the moment. Yeah. For example, if we go to the toll gate, now you in the past we used to see a lot of let's say tellers, yeah, or employees waiting for us at the toll entry, but at the moment they are all replaced by a machine. Yeah, even maybe only one person is waiting there and then supervise the process. Whenever that there are problems, that they will approach us. But basically, there are a lot of shortages now in terms of the employees. Now they are all started to be replaced by the machines. Now, when I lived in Australia, even that the progression of the highway is even a lot advanced. Yeah, for example, there was people do not need to stop, yeah, at the entry gate just to tap their machine and pay. So it is all controlled by a sensor shoot directly to the cars. So this is what Indonesia is heading at the moment, because when people are queuing at the toll gate, it leads to a possibility of the traffic jam. Yeah, but now the system has been improving. Now, within a few years, I believe that Indonesia will use that, let's say, cashless entry. Yeah, so people do not need to stop at the toll gate, meaning that there will be more and more jobs, yeah, replaced by the machine. If we can have a look here, around 85 million jobs will lost. Yeah, farm workers, sales force, construction workers, and all and all. Yeah, so all will be replaced by machines. So this is a very intense challenge that we can see. Now, to face this, yeah, there are around 10 job skills that we need to utilize, yeah, for tomorrow's world. Yeah, if we don't want to be defeated by a machine, these are the top 10 skills that we have to comprehend and acquire. Yeah, starting from the analytical thinking, innovation, yeah, active learning and strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis. And these are the key as well, the creativity and originality and then initiative. These are all very important. And then also, if we talk about the attributes, we can talk also about leadership and then also the social influence. And this is at the forefront at the moment, yeah, more particularly due to the COVID penetration, which not only leave what is it lead drawbacks, yeah, but also it gives some benefits, yeah, for the humankind. Yeah, one of which is we are more literate to technology than we were in the past, and we have to admit that. Yeah, even though that we also hear a lot of sorrow, yeah, because of the pandemic, but still it leaves some beneficial thing for the humankind. Yeah, and then this one as well: resilience, stress tolerance, flexibility, and so on and so on. So if we were to survive, yeah, in the future, at least we need to understand, and then we have to comprehend all these 10 skills. Otherwise, that we might be replaced by a machine. That's what we don't want to. Yeah. And if we can have a look at the Indonesia outlook, the president of Indonesia has already got the visions of Indonesia in 2045. The vision, which has been stated, is to be sovereign, advanced, just, and then prosperous. Now, to achieve these five visions, one of the missions that are stressed by the government at the moment is in terms of the human resource development. Yeah, at the end point, yeah, Indonesia needs to have some kind of like skillful, yeah, quality human resources that also mastering science and technology. So this is at the moment one of the focus of the government after the first phase of the presidency, which was focusing on the development of infrastructure. Now they are heading, yeah, to contribute further to the human resources. And if we see from the Indonesia's demographic profile, I believe that this number, I don't know, majority of us at the moment is included into yeah, which generation. But myself will be on the Gen X here because I was born somewhere here. I don't know about others. I don't know. Maybe Bunida is also belongs to the Gen X, but I believe that a lot of you, yeah, around 4,400 other participants belong to this one, yeah, with the millennial groups. Yeah, I believe so. And very few of us now here. And this leads to a good number, actually. Indonesia is at the moment having the demographic bonus. Yeah, if we can have a look here from the census in 2020, yeah, there are 270 million, yeah, people in Indonesia. So that's a very huge number compared to other countries. So for example, with our neighboring countries, Singapore, yeah, or even Malaysia, we still have a lot more population. And the good thing that we still receive this demographic bonus until 2030. So at the moment, the productive, I'm sorry to my to the other speakers, yeah, because this one is a picture, yeah, taken from the Bureau of Statistics. So this one is written in Indonesia, but I just would like to highlight this number, yeah. So of the 270 million people in Indonesia, the majority of them at the moment belongs to this group. Yeah, 70%, 0.72 are on its productive, yeah, age. Yeah, so if we look at 270 million, so at the moment around 70% or so, so it's going to be around, if I calculate it roughly, so it's going to be around almost 200 million of Indonesian people are on their productive age. So this is what we call as the demographic bonus, which Indonesia needs to be really utilized. Yeah, this number, and it still grows until 2030. So that's why when we talk about 2045, this year and the year ahead will be very deciding year where we can prepare a lot of good human resources. Yeah. And if we have a look at the education challenges and opportunities, now we are heading to this one. Yeah, the challenges of VUCA. Yeah, the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Yeah, for example, if we talk about volatility, yeah, at the moment, we can imagine that whatever we need at the moment is already on our hand. And this is not what we predicted in the past. Yeah, for example, a few years ago, if we were to find for food, we have to go to the restaurant. Yeah. Or we have to go somewhere. Basically, we have to go out from our place. Yeah. And then look for food. But at the moment, what we need to do is just simply by using our thumb, and then open our app. Yeah, there are a lot of startup companies that can provide food for us. So what we need to do is just to type, and then the food will come to us, and it grows really quickly as well. If we want to have a good massage, for example, we don't need to go outside. We just need to, again, use our thumb, and then person will go to our house. If we are too lazy to do the household chores, yeah, it's even simple as well. At the moment, we just need to tap, and then open our Go, what is it? What we called it? Yeah, Gojek or maybe Grab. Yeah, and then we can just order it from there. Yeah, so that's what we call as the volatility. So the world changes really quickly, and the question is how we can prepare our students to prepare for these, yeah, challenges, because everything grows really quickly. We will never know what's going to happen in the next 1 or 2 years. I believe there are a lot more sophisticated things that we will face. Now, basically, the key thing for this one is to prepare our students with a lot of competencies. Now, if we talk about education in 2030, yeah, it is not only required knowledge that we have to pass on and transfer to our students, but it's a combination between the other thing. Yeah, the second one is about the skills, and the third one is about attitudes and values. Yeah, so the education is ideally not only creating students who are smart, but also skillful and have a good attitudes and values. So these are all very challenging. So we do really hope that this pandemic will end soon, so we can start interacting again, with our students, in which some of the schools and then also some universities have already incorporated the blended learning, so that they can imbue attitudes and value a lot more. Because I did several research on the pandemic and found that one of the most challenging part of the education in the pandemic is on how to instill a good attitude to the students, because we don't have any physical interaction with the students any longer. So we just meet in Zoom, or maybe perhaps WhatsApp if the signal is not permitted, and so on. So basically, education in 2030, yeah, are really demanded to imbue in the students all these skills. So it's not going to be very important if it's only knowledge, but there need to be three complete sets of skills like this. Yeah. And we can see now the role of the communities here are very important. So it is not only the teacher's job here, but also the parents. We know that there are a lot of misconceptions relating the education. For example, in Indonesia, we tend to believe that education is the responsibility of schools, yeah, the responsibilities of universities, and so on and so on. But one of the most deciding factors is the parents, because we all agree that most of the time, yeah, students spend their time is at home, yeah, maybe only a few hours at school or a few hours at universities, but most of the time they spend with their parents. And then also we need to recognize all these other parts. Yeah. So basically all stakeholders in education need to work hand in hand to achieve a very good education. And if we have a look here, um, the acquisition of the education, well, reaching the at least the undergraduate is going to be very important, because we do not want the students, yeah, to enter the job market directly. Yeah, the government has already counted that 1.8 million students, yeah, entered the job market, while 51.4% is expected to continue their education. So I believe that all of us are at this stage, yeah, continuing our education either at the undergraduate degree, master degree, or the doctorate degree. Now, because this will lead to, I just would like to cite a few more things about how important is it for the education. One of them that it also leads to an indirect impact of shifting the age of marriage, because for those who enter the job market once, yeah, they graduate from the high school, it will lead to a younger age of marriage. Yeah, but when this is just some kind of like tendency, of course, that I need to see from the correct calculation from empirical evidence. But if they continue their education, yeah, well, at least that it will extend a little bit further of the marriage year. And also, a good education will lead to a stronger workforce. Yeah, even though that Indonesia still needs, yeah, also people who work directly after they graduate from high school, but there are a lot more people that are needed to go to the job market after they graduate from at least the undergraduate degree. So this will lead to a more stronger workforce. Now, the question is, how can we survive from all this global landscape? One of the things which is very important for me to highlight again is what has been said by Charles Darwin. So it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. So it is not about the intelligence, it is not about the strength, but it is about our adaptation to change. So I think even though that it is still debatable whether Charles Darwin really said this, but but I believe that we can just learn from the message of this statement. So the key thing is about how to be responsive and adaptive to change. Otherwise, again, as I mentioned earlier, yeah, technology, machine, digital, and everything will replace the ability of the humankind. So we need to do this. And if we talk about the roles of educators in education, it is very huge. Yeah, I cite one of the, I cite one of the most general ones. Yeah, which is not only imparting, yeah, the knowledge and information to the students in terms of academic concept, but also in augmenting the overall system of education. So our job as educators are really huge. So remember, we don't only impart knowledge and information, but we also contribute to the overall system of education. Yeah. And I remember what has been mentioned earlier in July 2021. So when I talk about the macro level, one thing which is quite important is what has been mandated by our president in July 2021 regarding the ASN berakhlak. ASN means civil servant, or aparatur sipil negara, which we can incorporate this as the core values of us as educators. Yeah, I will explain later about what it means by berakhlak. Yeah, that stands for an acronym for something, which I will later explain to you all. And if we talk about roles of educators, yeah, this is one of the experts, Harrison and Killian, mentions that the role of the educators are multifaceted. So they're not only become the resource provider, yeah, providing, let's say, the learning materials for the students, yeah, for their peers and so on, but they also works as the instructional specialist, curriculum specialist, classroom supporter, learning facilitator, mentor, leader, you name it. Yeah, everything is in an educator. So that is why our role and responsibility as educators are very huge. Even we also responsible as the catalyst for change. Yeah. And then other experts that I would like to cite is from Gerstein in 2019. Yeah, she outlined educators as a maker educator. So she highlighted these all roles that should be exhibited by the educator, starting from a lead learner until feedback facilitator and so on. So this depicts that the role of the educator is really complex and multidimensional. And if we refer back, yeah, to what our president has mandated in July 2021, this could be our source for the core values, yeah, as educator. This talks about the general thing, which later I will incorporate that at the micro level. Yeah, the first thing is we as educators need to have some kind of like service oriented. So our focus is not is to give service to others, yeah, is to give service to our students, is to give service to the community. Yeah, well, actually we try to commit to provide excellent service for community satisfaction. Yeah, and then also the next thing that we have to consider is responsible. Yeah, for every duties that we hold on to, we have to be accountable for this one. And our president also reminds us that we need to always improve our competence. Yeah, we always have to be a lifelong learner. We always have to develop capabilities, knowledge, skills, behavior, performance, and we have to always achieve the goals. And then the next thing that is very important is also this one. Nowadays, there are so many conflicts happening. One of them is because people sometimes cannot respect differences. Yeah. So we as educators need to be the forefront of having this kind of harmonious relationship with others. And also the next thing that I would like to highlight is to be a loyal person. Yeah, more particularly because we live in Indonesia, so we need to dedicate and then also prioritize the interest of the nation and state. And I believe this has spread across boundaries. Yeah, regarding whatever our nations is, loyalty is going to be very important to our nation and state. And then the next thing which is important asserted by our president is to be this one. Again, the word adaptive is very crucial. Yeah. If we don't want to be adaptive, yeah, we will die soon. Yeah, we cannot survive. Yeah. For example, a very simple example is on the conventional taxi who does not want to change, yeah, and try to adapt, yeah, with the new technology. All of them, yeah, have vanished. Yeah, they cannot fight the change. Yeah, yeah, we have to adapt with the change. Yeah, being an adaptive person, always innovative, always enthusiastic, yeah, to adapt with the continuous change. Yeah, I remember that earlier during the pandemic where the online learning has started. Yeah, everyone is panicking. I believe everyone was panicking, especially for those who are not really accustomed to technology. But for those who are adaptive to that change, yeah, they are survive. They survive. Yeah, okay. And then the next one is this one, collaborative. The key now is collaboration. Yeah, either collaboration with other educators, or even we can extend this collaboration with other institutions within the same country. Yeah, or even we do some kind of like collaboration with other countries. Yeah, as Dr. Ali has already asserted, yeah, mentioning perhaps that the Western Sydney University can also support, yeah, with the digital technology advancement, yeah, in the university. So collaboration is very important. Yeah. So if we want to achieve a greater goal, we cannot do this alone by ourselves, but we have to collaborate. Yeah, because there are a lot of things that we don't know and we are not capable of, but there are others who can provide that. So collaboration is the key. And then the next thing is, how about the micro level? If we talk about educators, yeah, we always have to revisit all these skills. The first one is in terms of the pedagogical skills. The second one is in terms of the subject matter knowledge. And the third one is also very important. It's on how we can always improve and the quality of our personality traits and interpersonal skills. Yeah, when students were asked, yeah, I did research around 2017, look at the students' perspective of these three skills, which ones are more favored by students. They said this one. Yeah, they know that the teachers or educators' pedagogical skills and subject matter knowledge are important, but more importantly is their personality traits. Yeah, so we have to always shape this one. Now, if we talk about a few slides more, basically pedagogical skills is on how educators deliver the content of their teaching and communicate this with the students. Other experts mention that pedagogical skills make teachers teachers, yeah, rather than subject area experts. We want to be both. We understand the content and we can teach the content, because there are also people who understand the content but they cannot teach it. But also there are also people who can teach but do not know the content. Yeah, so we don't want to be either of those person. We want to be both. So pedagogical skill here is very crucial. Now, at even the micro level thing, we need to talk about all these. Yeah. Number one is now about utilizing technology for teaching. Yeah. Due to the growing pandemic, yeah, all of us needs to be technologically literate with this one. Yeah, we cannot refuse this one. We have to always improve our skills and capabilities regarding the technology for teaching. But and I believe that pandemic also teach us a good thing. Yeah, which whether we like it or not, yeah, forces us to comprehend even more about utilizing technology. If there are no pressure, yeah, people usually tend to avoid it, but we cannot avoid this one. Yeah, so pandemic has taught us a lot of good things. And this one, demonstrating more learner-centered than teacher-centered teaching, and all of these are very important if we were to improve the pedagogical skills. One thing which I would like to highlight is this one, yeah, professional development, yeah, as one of the key strategies to improve our pedagogical skill. And also about the subject matter, because we also want to be experts on our field. Yeah, Richard has mentioned it's about what materials. Yeah, while pedagogical skills tend to be more on how. Yeah, so Killen in 2006 said that knowledgeable educators who lack the necessary pedagogical skills were not effective. Neither were skillful educators who lack the necessary subject matter knowledge. So means as educators, we need to comprehend both, as I mentioned earlier. We want to be a person who can teach, but also know what to teach. Regarding the subject matter knowledge, there are a few things. Number one is always update, yeah, with the recent development of the discipline. We also have to relate the theories with the current practice. Yeah, this is what is more important following the current trend in the society. Because ideally at the moment, for example, regarding the literacy, it's not only how to uh, how to impart the knowledge so that the students can understand the literacy or reading literacy, for example, but also give other projections on how this literacy can also solve the problem in the society. So this one is very important. And the last one is about the personality traits and interpersonal skills. Yeah, we don't want to disregard this one, as mentioned in the regulation of the government says that that includes the ability of being a stable, noble, wise, dignified personality. And I would like to highlight being a good example for the learners. So that's why the task of the educators is really multidimensional, because they don't only teach the knowledge, but also they need to set a very good example for the learners. Yeah, to conclude, these are all the things that we have to include, yeah, on the personality traits. One of the foremost, yeah, to be a good role model for the students. Yeah, so these are all some of the minor personality traits that we have to always improve. Yeah. One thing which is very small, but I believe that the students really appreciate that whenever we teach, whenever we call their names, they really feel really more appreciated. Yeah, yeah, we can test the students. There are a lot of students here when they were called by their names. Yeah, how flattered they are. Yeah. Okay, so that is one of the good things. Okay, the last one. Thank you very much. So we're going to extend this a lot more into the discussion. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Pak Didian. Indeed, we must be able to see this pandemic from different perspective. Yeah, there are still many things that we can do, not only to overcome the problem, but also to strive better life. Staying sad and powerless will not help us to stand still in this era. So, with 270 million, instead of saying we have many mouths to be fed, we can say that we have a lot of human resources to develop the country. That's such positive thinking, I guess. We hope that we together, yeah, hand in hand, can keep moving on to a better future while facing all the challenges. Keep strong and keep our spirit high. And for educators, yeah, as the key leaders in human development, we must work hard, even harder than others, yeah, to adapt with this situation. Yeah, we have to learn the technology, as Padin said. Yes, I am from Gen X. Yeah, I am a digital immigrant. Yeah, I'm learning so hard to understand all this technological thing, but I have to keep working on it because teachers cannot be replaced by technology, no matter what. But teacher who cannot use technology will be replaced by those who do. All right. That's thank you very. Thank you very much, Padidin, and thank you for other speakers. Yeah. Now we are going to have our question and answer session. Yeah. Okay. I think the committee will provide. Okay, there already. So the first question will be for Professor Simon Bedford. What strategy you may suggest to improve technical knowledge and mechanism to develop self-efficacy and effective time management skills for students? Okay, I think Professor can answer this first, yeah, before we move to other question. Okay, time is yours, Professor.
Sure, it's a good question. As I mentioned in my presentation, we have the kind of learn to learn module. So we actually do an awful lot of work in a kind of module, which is a self-paced one, which builds up the capacity to actually do flipped learning, to collaborate with other students in line, and actually to use technology. And the other idea that we use quite a lot is I'm trying to think of the correct word, but it would be called train the trainer, or kind of based on kind of Vygotsky's kind of methodology there of proximal kind of learning, is we have experts, and then around the experts we put maybe the students, and then around the students less capable students, and it kind of spreads out. That kind of capability development occurs, because one of the things that I think several of our speakers have pointed out, the importance of professional development or learning for our staff, but it's equally applicable for our students. And as most of us know, our staff-student ratios, there's far many more students than there are staff. So you need that kind of Vygotsky kind of model of spreading out that kind of technology improvement mechanisms. And we find that really importantly. And as I say, through the Learn to Learn module, we build up that kind of self-efficacy, starting very much well in that first year when we tend to have a lot of students on campus, and then migrating more and more to online, to flexible learning, so the students can choose how they can learn. The time management skills one, that's always a problem for everyone in this particular conference, I'm afraid. Everyone has problems with too much work, not enough kind of time to do it. I don't think anyone probably has a solution for staff or students or anyone else in the kind of work environment about that. But I think, again, it's one of those things that you just need to have a rigorous kind of task-based philosophy for your students to learn that when they miss deadlines in assessment, that's equally applicable in employment. You know, if you don't get your application in for a job in time, then you're cut off as well. So it's about making it very authentic, that you're not putting in false kind of time management skills in that sense. I think that probably answers most of those kind of questions.
Thank you very much, Professor. That's a wonderful answer. Okay, the second question for Dr. Ali Adan, this is in Bahasa Indonesia. Maybe you want me to translate it, Dr. Ali? Okay, but anyway, I'll just do it. Yeah. Okay, there are so many problems happen in Islamic universities in East Africa that was caused by COVID-19. And that also happened in Islamic universities in Indonesia. What kind of solution that has been over and has been applied or has been implemented in Islamic universities in East Africa, and what are the influence or the result of it? Okay, that's a question for Dr. Ali.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nida, for asking and for translating that particular question. I hope I am audible. I want to say that, first of all, the problem faced by Islamic University in Africa is not unique to them only. And there are many opportunities which actually exist, which can be picked as a low-lying fruit for them to solve some of their problems. One is, for example, one of the major problems facing this Islamic university is capacity problem, both at the faculty level and administrative level. And this one can be addressed by promoting collaborative exchange or partnership with the university, with other Islamic universities like UIN, which is more advanced in technology. Also, of course, under different arrangements, of course, there is also opportunity to partner with universities that are in Western countries like Australia, US, and European Union, because our objectives is the same, basically. We have nothing to hide as an Islamic university, and we just want to be a player as far as generation of knowledge to transform the human quality of life is the same. So that is one. And then since Islamic universities is also a player in higher education, every country ecosystem, they have to make what is called a paradigm shift. They should know that, for example, the top leadership at the governance and the policymaking level need to be aware that they cannot be in business as usual scenario, that the COVID has come to change, the technological, the globalization has come to change, and they must be a player by repositioning themselves, re-evaluating themselves in these global dynamic factors so that we can be able to remain resilient to the challenges that are here and also emerging. And then the other thing I think, which is very critical, is the Islamic universities need to go beyond what we call the traditional form of education, whereby, for example, where you are only focusing what is called ritualistic Islam, but rather than focusing on what is called applied, prove the relevancy of Islam, because as you know, Islam addresses the social problems of humanity, both at a political level, economic level, and social level. And therefore, for these applied Islamic principles and values to be appreciated, then of course we have to, our education requires reviews, our mode of delivery requires reviews, and we need to have a culture where we embrace what is called the culture that we can be on a continuous improvement. Jazakallahu khairan. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the answer, Dr. Ali Adan. Okay, the third question is for Pak Didin, PhD. Okay, yeah. In this pandemic, during this pandemic, there are so many challenges that was faced by educational world, and education should be able to prepare the human resources with those three competence. Well, as you just explained it, knowledge, skills, and what others? Interpersonal skills, and attitude. So how all these three competence can be formed maximally in this, limited situation? Oh, I believe you understand this analogy.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Iwan Permana. If I don't satisfy this answer, we can talk again later on campus, yeah. So this is very complex, very complex to answer, but I just would like to highlight on the university level. For example, we have the semester learning plan, atau rencana pembelajaran semester. Now, all the lecturers needs to assure that they have fulfilled all the graduate outcome stated. For example, we know that there are four things that have to be included in the RPS or in the syllabus. The first one is in terms of knowledge. The second one is in terms of the general skills. The third one is in terms of the special skills. And the fourth one is in terms of attitudes and values. Now, we as the course coordinator have to ensure that when the lecturers arrange the syllabus, they need to insert all those four things into their syllabus. Otherwise it's going to be very difficult to achieve the combination of these three, because we know sometimes the lecturers are a lot more focusing on the knowledge, but they sometimes disregard the acquisition of skills and also the attitudes. So I think one of the benchmarking will be to see from their syllabus whether they have captured all the graduate profiles consisting of those four things. Thank you.
Oops, sorry. Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Pak Didin. As Pak Didin has mentioned, if Pak Iwan still very satisfied with the answer, you can talk in campus, Okay, is there still other question, committee? Okay, we still have more question here. This one is for Professor Barefoot. Shifted a little from the topic of MOS. How can you do an assessment based on the unique character of students in online learning? Okay.
Okay, yes, I'm trying to just understand the question at the moment. Okay. Look, it's been a bit of a challenge in terms of assessment. I think the question is, how do you do an assessment based on unique characters of students' online learning? Okay, I'm trying to quite understand that one. If this is about the difficulty of doing assessment online, I think that might be the question. Then yes, that's been a big challenge over the last kind of 18 months. As I said, I think in our talk, we were very much campus-based university when you do exams and assessments, etc. A lot of those transferred very easily to online and working in that particular space. A lot of the text-based ones, etc., no issues. We had lots of software to do with academic integrity issues and things like that. Where there was a big challenge was within STEM, so that's science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and in subjects which don't use text, that was really difficult to actually get those onto an online kind of way of doing online learning and online assessment. And the other challenges that we're facing, not only with mathematical notation and images, so we have architecture is a big one, so kind of modeling it was with the students' technology in online. Again, that's really, really difficult. So, you know, I'm trying to show you a piece of paper, can't show you a piece of paper, doesn't show up. And a pen, really easy for students to use. They don't have tablet devices, they can't draw, they can't create. My discipline background is organic chemistry, so of course I write lots of structures and chemical formulas. And that's very hard to do online. So it is a work in progress. I think we've come an awful long way. Even relatively simple solutions where students do things on handwritten kind of answers and then PDF them and upload them. And again, that works particularly kind of well. But it is an ongoing problem, and probably the biggest issue isn't with staff, it's not with the technology, but it's the students having access to the same kind of technology. So it is quite a difficult one. But some of the ways around that is to flip your ideas of how you do assessment. Does not always have to do written. So one of the things that we do, and maybe this answers the question slightly better, is we've done lots of oral or viva voce examinations with students using just this technology of Zoom. And that is actually very easy then to see if they achieve the learning outcomes of your particular assessment task. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, it's not very easy to do the assessment, especially with the different characters of our students, because at this era, we always create the assessment based on the characters of students, Well, you just mentioned about architecture and like mathematics, well, let alone, medicine and doctoral things. That would be very difficult. How can you practice with passion with that? Yeah, that will be very difficult. But okay, here come the question for all of you. So what is the current status of online learning in Australia for Australian, Indonesian, and Africans perspective? Are we doing well with it? Okay.
Yeah, I will request to start and then I will leave. I have another meeting.
Sorry, say it again.
I am requesting to start so that I can leave for another urgent assignment. Thank you.
All right. Okay, you can go first then, Doctor.
Okay, Prof, I hope you are giving me your blessing so that I can be ahead of you. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. I think I want to say that the current status of online learning, there is an improvement which is on upward trend as far as learning is concerned. There is an improvement in ICT or infrastructure digital learning platforms that are being created and being pursued. Access is improving, but the areas that has remained difficulties is still challenging, which we are not able to achieve breakthrough include online examination has been difficult, and also assessment has been difficult. Quality is still a big challenge, and interactive session between the student and lecturer has also not been pursued. So we are still having just a one-way communication where a teacher will come to a platform, deliver his lectures, and then he or she will leave. So those areas we have challenges, but the future is bright, and we have got we are on an improvement path. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. And next, we'll go first.
Yes, I guess I'll answer for Australia. We're very lucky in Australia in the sense of, we have broadband, we have very, very good internet kind of connections for delivering online learning. However, we do have a huge number of students based offshore, internationally, and that is an issue. We have struggled, as I say, for the synchronous delivery of online learning to those students. We have a lot of students in China, so they have a firewall that has made life very, very difficult. As I say, we have switched our modalities to more asynchronous, so they can download the learning packages, and once they've downloaded them, they can get real engagement with those learning packages, and that's been quite useful. But I've said in my kind of talk as well, students don't always have the right technology anyway. In a university, you can standardize your technology, so everyone has got the same software and hardware, etc. But the students have quite variable technology, so it doesn't always work in that sense. But we are doing an awful lot of work in online learning at the moment. I think the biggest challenge we would probably say is engagement of students and teachers. It can get quite boring. I mean, this is a really good conference. Everyone's quite excited there, but it's not as engaging if we're all in a physical space together and seeing one another and having conversations around coffee, etc. And so that two-dimensional thing is very difficult to kind of replicate what you'd have in a three-dimensional kind of classroom. There are advantages, but I think there are still some real big challenges. And one of the biggest for students is kind of cognitive load. I think they just feel like, you know, everything comes through the screen. They don't have the support. They're one of a cast of thousands of students, and that is a real difficulty. So it's probably the engagement and the support for student learning.
Well, thank you, Professor. Okay, now, Pak Didin.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. Yeah, I think when answering this question, we have to take both sides. You know, we cannot only see the drawbacks, but we need to see also the positive sides. I just would like to affirm and then add what other speakers have mentioned, that one of the biggest challenge would be in terms of the assessment. Yeah, in terms of the assessment, because it's going to be quite difficult for us to do a proper assessment, yeah, online. Yeah, because there are a lot of things involved in this one. One of them is the technological advances. Yeah, for example, perhaps the students might have got, yeah, better scores, yeah, in a few semesters. Yeah, but we don't really know. Yeah, we don't really know whether their competencies are really higher than before. Yeah, so assessment can be quite crucial because there are a lot of things that might be difficult to assess, and it's going to be quite difficult on how to assess it. Yeah, for example, with the speaking, for example, speaking skills, it's going to be quite difficult to assess when when there are no physical interaction, yeah, between the students and then also the teachers. And in terms of the skills and attitudes, yeah, it is a big homework. Yeah, how can online learning can still instill, yeah, necessary skills and attitudes and values to the students. And then the next thing is about the engagement. Yeah, even though that we can meet, yeah, real time, but it can never replace on-site learning. Yeah, on-site meeting, yeah, meeting the students directly. But the good thing is that one of them is in terms of the digital literacy. We have to admit that all of us, including teachers and lecturers, improve in this sense. Yeah, even before the pandemic, maybe we are not used to Zoom, we are not used to Padlet, we are not used to using the app like Mentimeter or some others. But now we are really used to it. So that's a very good leap, yeah, in terms of our competencies. And also it also lead to a better independent learning, because one of the key strengths on the online learning is to train the students with the independent learning. So that is a lot better that we can do at the pandemic. And then also the responsibility as well looks like both, yeah, tries to be a lot more responsible, yeah, during the pandemic. And one of the things, maybe this could be also a good thing, which is about the punctuality. I think that the punctuality is better, during the online learning compared to the offline learning, because sometimes we still meet the traffic. Yeah, we still need to do other activities prior to attending the campus. But during the online, I am pretty sure that punctuality improves. So those are the good things, and then also some other drawbacks that we have to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faridin. However, at this moment there is azan close to my house. I mean, is my voice can be heard still?
Yes.
Still can be heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if I continue or we have to wait? Because I'm afraid that it will, affect my voice. I mean, the sounds. Okay. We just continue, yeah. Thank you very much for the answer. And I think that the last question from our audience, yeah. Now, yeah, I would like to say thank you again. Thank you very much, Professor Simon Bedford, Dr. Ali Adan, and Bapak Didi Nurin Hayat for addressing all this interesting topic. Yeah, And on behalf of ICEMS committee, yeah, Faculty of Educational Sciences, we would like to present each of you a certificate of appreciation that will be delivered by our chairman, Bapak Kustiwan, PhD.
Thank you.
Pak Kustiwan, are you there?
Thank you, Ibu Nida. First, Professor Bedford, thank you so much for responding to our invitation and for your willingness to serve as one of the invited speakers in our conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I really appreciate your contribution to our conference. Thank you so much. And also, Pak Didin, Pak Dr. Didin Nurin Hidayat, thank you so much for such insightful presentation. Again, your contribution is highly appreciated. And last but not least, to Dr. Ali Adan, thank you so much for your contribution again to our conference. Your presentation was really enlightening and really inspiring as well. Thank you so much, speakers. Thank you. And also, Bunida, thank you so much for moderating this very interesting session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
Okay.
you. Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, I hope all of you, our three presenters here can accept our sincere gratitude. And we really thank you for joining us today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my dear audience, finally we come to the end of our part in this presentation session. We'd like to say thank you again, for keep being active in this session. Hopefully this presentation will be beneficial for everybody, and please forgive me if there are things that are not pleasing in my attitude or word as moderator. Hopefully we can all be better in the future. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I'll give it back the time and the floor to MC. Thank you very much.
That's all of the speaker and moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nida, for moderating the session. That was a really impressive discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our agenda for today. Thank you very much for your participation in this first day of the International Conference.
We will continue the conference tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Jakarta time, and we are signing off, and we will see you again tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oh yeah, before we end today's session, let's have a photo session. So if those of you who haven't turned your camera on, please turn it on so we can take the picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, everyone, please turn on your camera.
I think it will be done several times, because it's quite many, 300.
Yes. Okay. Okay, shall we start? Okay, let's start. So everyone, please show your fake smile. This is the end of our first day, and we will see you tomorrow on the second day. But yes, please turn on your camera. I will count 1, 2, 3. 1 for the first slide. 1, 2, 3.
Slide
Slide
for the
two,
second
yeah.
slide.
Okay.
Okay, now 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Okay.
third
Still have a
slide.
lot of energy, yeah? Okay, now the next slide. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Slide for the fourth.
1, 2, 3. Okay, that was the last slide. Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, yes.
Thank you, Bu Nida ya.
Thank you juga Pak Didin. That's wonderful. Nanti mau ah. I like to get that presentation ya.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you Bu Nida and Pak Didin.